What's up, you guys? I'm aware that you see me eating. I've been drinking a lot of coffee, so you might hear me like talking at a mile per hour. Okay. Anyways, I needed a little sugar fix and some more caffeine to get me through. I'm in between doing readings, and this is going to be a collective reading. Okay. I won't be on here long. In fact, I am going to time myself because I don't have time for the shenanigans and foolery today. I want to keep it positive, and I need to get back to doing personal readings. All right. So I'm going to start the timer, and I may say hello to anybody who comes in. But this is going to be collective reading, okay? Not a pick a card reading, collective reading. And excuse me, eating. Like I said, I need some sugar to get me going, and I'm craving a cookie. Okay? All right, let's get started. Say hello when you come in. Keep it respectful. Drop your name, drop where you're from if you've been a part of my life before. If you're new, let me know you're new, okay? Let's get started. What does a collective need to know? I'm trying to think what cards I want to use, you guys. Let's see. You guys, I'm hearing don't you remember you told me you love me, baby? Who sings that? Is that hmm, who sings that? Don't you remember you told me you love me, baby? Is that Luther Vandross, you guys? Let's see what's going on. Please keep it PG-13 in my lives. Please, 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 please. Holy Spirit, what they need to know. Archangel Michael, please be present in this reading, protect the energy of this reading. It's collective reading. What does the collective need to know at this time, Holy Spirit? If you guys would like a personal reading, email me at mysticalmermaidlight@gmail.com. If you want to tip your girl, my tips info is on my Instagram. It's also in the description of my bio on all my videos. We have the Knight of Cups. Don't you wish, don't you remember? Oh, don't you wish? Don't you remember you told me you love me, baby? Interesting. Don't you remember you told me you love me, baby? Whoa, the Hermit. And she has her Merkaba as a light. So enlightenment. So this is someone who's been like contemplating, like thinking about coming through to you. Y'all, I know this is gonna be a love reading. It's a love reading. Automatically, they're jumping into love. Yep, this is a wish fulfillment, either for you or for this person. I need to get more clarity on if this is something that you want or if this is just something that someone else is thinking of when it comes to you. So this is about love. I need love. I'm hearing LL Cool J. I need love. Whoa, Queen of Cups, Cancer, Scorpio, Pisces. Don't you remember you told me you love? Okay, y'all got somebody's heart, and I don't sugarcoat shit. I don't like the whole lovey-dovey. Oh, you're gonna be in love and all that crap. That's not who I am. Mm. I do love readings because you guys love readings, okay? But I don't go on here and sugarcoat stuff because I like being transparent and honest. But y'all got somebody's heart. So whoever this is gonna resonate for, and I might get some letters on this one because this is feeling like a love reading, okay? It's already, but we have the 4 of cups. I do wanna mention that. We have the 4 of cups. So someone's not receptive to this, or someone's thinking that the other person's not gonna be receptive to this. Because it feels like someone's going within, they've meditated or prayed, or they've asked for some sort of clarity with the Hermit card, and they've received that. And whatever they received when they were in meditation and prayer has made them feel like this. And then we have the Queen of Cups. So I'm hearing Marcus Houston's song, All because I think it's All Because of You or Because of You. I know Neo has a song that's All Because of You. Maybe both of those songs are significant, but I'm hearing where he's like, "I can't blame you if you wanna leave, because 'cause I'm not the man that I once used to be. But there's a change that's come over me. So before you go, listen to my last plea." So this is like, before you go, listen to my last plea. Listen to the very last thing I have to say to you before you walk out. That's what this is feeling like. What's at the top? Ace of Wands. Somebody wants to talk to you. Somebody wants a new beginning. Somebody is like feeling heated. Beyonce's heated. Somebody's feeling passionate. Fire and desire. Rick James. Somebody's on a Rick James. Not in the whole lock you up in a basement thing, but more of like a more of like smitten. That's the word I'm getting, smitten. Okay. Oh my God. If you are under the age of 18, get the heck up off this channel. Let me say that. Okay. All right. Let's get back to it. What's going on? What's happening? What is this? Oh, but now we have the 9 of Wands. Hi, Francis. So now we have the 9 of Wands, okay? Resilience. Woo wee, that's what I just heard. Like, someone is really trying to hold back. They're trying to hold back because they feel like you may not receive this, but yeah, they don't feel like you gonna receive this. Who's resonating? Whose person is this? Who am I tapping into? It's almost like when you want something, but the idea of it, you wanna hold on to the idea of it, like, you wanna romanticize it, because if you actually take action towards it, it may not 1101. It may not turn out to be what you want it to be. So then that will ruin the whole fantasy of it. It would ruin the whole idea of it. This person don't wanna be turned down, okay? They don't wanna be turned down. They could be saving money. They could be like, saving resources. They're trying to be strong. I'm also hearing, like, kind of keep a hold on some of their feelings, because some of their feelings could be quite, sexual, sexual. Okay. And that could be like something that they're trying to like deal with. Like, okay, I can't come at this person with, on attention like this. Okay. Attention. I just heard stand up guy. If you want to be a, who sings that? If you want to be a stand up guy, I'm getting Ti. There's something about Ti, because I'm hearing Ti say stand up guy, but I'm also hearing him say candle guy. I ain't gonna lie. I feel your space to forget your face. I swear I will. Saint Bart, something anywhere I chill. Just you and me in there. I will. I can see us holding hands, walking on the beach, our toes in the sand. I can see us on the countryside, something by my side. You could be my baby or lady. Let me make you my baby, girl. You amaze me. Something crazy. All I want you to do is be my love, my love. All right. So let's see what's going on here. Queen of Cups. Let's clarify her. Clarify the girl. Page of Wands. I'm hearing I have some ideas for you. I have something in mind. So this person is up. I'm hearing I've been drinking watermelon. What the hell? Beyonce's coming through. But no, Page of Wands. Someone has ideas for you. I'm hearing someone say I have plans. I have plans for you. Whoa. Six of Pentacles equal give and take. I have plans for you. What is a I am getting a lot of Ti. Is someone a Ti fan? I'm getting this song where he says, um, I'm just saying, I'm just trying to be nice to you. Gonna tell a nigga no with a ass so fat. Why you wanna go and do that, love, huh? Why you wanna go and do that and do that? Hey, and why you wanna go and do that? No relationship is faithful to it. So whack. Why you wanna go and do that, love, huh? Which is make me think of Q-Tip. Why you wanna go and do that and do that? Hold on. I'll treat you like a king something. Anyways, somebody, they wanna come through. Everything is screaming act. Everything is screaming speak from your heart. But then you have this like 4 of cups, 4 of pentacles, 8 of swords, where it's like Every time I try to leave, something keeps pulling me back, telling me I need you in my life. So this person keeps trying to hold back, but there's something within them that's telling them, maybe you should act on that. Maybe you should say something. Maybe you should do something about that because you don't know. You don't know what you got till it's going. Janet Jackson, Q-Tip. You don't know how this will play out. But if you stay in the unknown, it's just gonna stay like that forever. Nothing's gonna happen. It's gonna stay frozen. It's gonna dissipate. You'll become a memory or you'll be forgotten about. You know what I mean? So let's see what oh, Eight of Swords comes right back out. You just had it. But see, this is an illusion. This person thinks they're stuck. They're not stuck. This is an illusion. What is this? Two cards. The moon. Afraid of the unknown. This person may think you're spiritually gifted or you guys like watch tarot. I don't know if your person knows that you guys watch tarot. Or if you're intuitive. Are you spooky? One of my coworkers, she used to call me Spooky Tay. And now she's spooky. But literally, are you guys into the woo-woo? What's this card? The Ten of Cups. Okay, definitely a lot of hidden emotions, traps, and feeling. Caught up in the rapture of love. Nothing else can compare. We talked about being by the water, lick. Not somebody coming through as Rick James. Lord have mercy. Rick James, bitch. All right. I am cursing. I should not be cursing on these YouTube platforms. Ten of Cups by water. This is what they see. Rick James, I was just talking about you. I was just talking about you, Rick. Rest in peace, Rick James. Uh, anyways, we have this way and that way, the chariot. They don't know which way to go. Which way? You guys, I'm getting the Tamia song. You guys know I'm clairaudient. I always get a lot of songs. I'm getting the Tamia song. I wouldn't dare try to sing a full Tamia song because that girl got vocals on her. Um, but it's called Almost. Okay. It's called Almost. I just heard Almost en route, but the song is called Almost, and basically what she's saying, King of Pentacles at the bottom of the deck. Duck? Okay. Deck, Capricorn towards Virgo. Basically, she says, how can someone can you tell me how can my mind something can you tell me how can my mind pull up incidents, recall dates and times that never happened? How could I celebrate a love that's too late in? I miss the times that we used to kiss, at least in my dreams. Let me take my time and reminisce. I miss the time that we used to share or something. What happened to us? We were almost there. Whoever said it's impossible to miss something you never had, never almost had you. Sometimes I wanna love you. Sometimes I wanna touch you. The devil, sometimes I wanna touch you, huh? So there's this battle. We come right back down to this battle of heart because the cups represent emotions in the heart space. And then we get into this like kind of ego where this is more of like I'm stuck in my head. There's pride. What if they don't accept this offer? What if they don't like what I have to say? And then there's some passion too. So this person kind of wishes that they could just come in and like Akon's tap that all on the floor, tap that, give me some more. They wish they could just come in and do that. And they're wondering, like, if I just hit that, will this just dissipate? Maybe I just need to hit that and it'll wash away. But then there's another part of their mind that's saying, no, this is not like other people. This isn't like the same experience that you've had with other people where you hit like it's a target. Ooh, target. Like it's a goal. Like, I'm getting like that male hunting kind of energy where it's like, you know how they say men are natural hunters? No, this is not creepy predator kind of like vibes. I'm not really getting that. I'm just getting like this natural instinct of maybe I'm craving this person so much because of lust and desire. And maybe if I just had that moment with them, this will all wash away. And maybe I won't want them as much because I've experienced them. But then there's another part of their brain that says, you know, you're lying to yourself. It's almost like they're talking to themselves. Like, you know, for damn sure that if you end up with this person, speaking with this person, you know you can't do that. You know they will still be on your mind. You know you would actually destroy some of your connection if you do that. If you come at them that way, you know that'll flip the whole situation and not in a positive way. You know that this is different from past experiences. So it's like this person is like ping ponging different thoughts, feelings, and it's like their ego. Hey, so y'all gotta let me know who this is. King of Pentacles, they want their cake and they want to eat it too. He's eating cake. This person really wants to see like where this can go because in their head they wonder if this could be long term. Could this be a wish fulfillment? They want to hold on tight to the what if this is my person, but their ego, pride, and fear is getting in the way. But they don't realize that they're going to miss out on opportunity because it's like both of you are at a crossroads. Both of you are at a crossroads. I just heard a crow and it's 11:10. So if you guys started hearing like crows or seeing ravens, pay attention. Four of Wands, stability and structure, celebration, unity, initiations, birthdays, holidays. Somebody wants to come together with you, like they want to celebrate something with you. You know what? Let me get some more cards on this one. I want to know what are they going to do? How about that? How about we ask? Somebody said it's a moment I already dropped her, it's done. Oh, hey, do what you got to do, boo. Okay. I'm gonna get some more cards to see what they're gonna do. I just kind of feel that. Let's do that. Let's do that because they're in their head, they're in their heart, they're in their head. 1111, make a wish. 1111 is sometimes seen as soulmate numbers, twin flame numbers, all of that. If you believe in twin flame stuff, I usually don't. I'll be honest with you guys. I believe in soulmates. I believe we have several soulmates. I believe we have soul contracts with different people. And depending on our frequency and where we are in life, we attract different ones, as well as our free will. Okay. Talk about contracts, y'all. Stop. Right here. Justice card. Libra. By the way, we have a new moon in Libra tomorrow. About this at 11:11. See? Timer. All right, I'm about to wrap it up. So, anyways, we have a new moon. Okay. So I love how the timer ended at 11:11. Y'all, I feel like that's symbolic, but we have a new moon tomorrow in Libra. So focus on fairness, focus on balance. Libra is a Venetian symbol, so it has to do with matters of the heart space. So you might want to focus on self-care and self-love. All right. Who do we have here? Kiba, darling. Welcome to the live. Hun, I just wrapped up a collective reading. Let me see. Hi, Tay, just connected to the live. What the fuck? Just came to Japan a few weeks ago. I got Alejandro on my head. Spanish songs the day before I met this Mexican guy. We were in a messy situation. Okay. Good luck, boo. Alejandro. Okay, so the Justice card. So we're talking about soul contracts here. So you have a soul contract with this person. Now, it's up to you to decide if you want to move forward with this person or to wrap it up. Like to call it a quits. A done deal. Let me see what this person is going to do. Real quick. What is this person going to do? What's their action? See, we got the 10 of Wands here. Look at that. 10 of Wands. See how she's got that baby in one basket and then she has like wood in the other basket? Probably going to make a fire. She's balancing a lot. That looks like the justice scales, right? She's weighing out a lot. This person may be weighing out their life, their responsibilities, the things they have to take care of. Okay? So, how you doing? Just wanted to say you are so beautiful. Have a good night. Thank you so much, hon. I appreciate that, Kevo. So, yeah, you guys, this person is weighing out responsibilities, weighing out like the pros and cons of this situation, weighing out the heart and mind. Like, if I do, what could happen? If I don't, what could happen? But life is short. What's up, Jay? Life is short. I say, see where the chips fall. You know what I mean? Like, life is short. See what's happening. But don't waste anyone's time. This person is now coming out. Somebody said, I found you at 11:11, so I guess you must be my soulmate. Oh, that's kind. Maybe soul family. Nurture of Cups here. Y'all got a counterpart. Especially, it's crazy as someone just said that, and I was about to say you guys have a counterpart here because we have the Queen of Cups out here. Let me show her. Let me remind y'all. Y'all might hear my stomach growl. I'm about to eat again. Y'all know me and food. But yeah, there's a counterpart here. Well, what y'all gonna do? Let's see. What is this person? One more card for what this person's gonna do, because they feeling some type of way. They feeling some type of way. The goat is blessing us. Eight of Pentacles. So they want to work on something. What they want to work on coming back. Well, well, well. Look at that. Look at how beautiful this card is for a second, though. Now, what they're pointing out to me is that the hibiscus card, wow. The hibiscus flower represents passion and lust. It's very healing, though. Okay? Somebody wants to work on something with you. You may remind them of their childhood. Some of you guys may already know who this is. Like, you may have a strong feel of who they are to you on a soul level. Okay? I feel like this person definitely, they're not going to sleep well at night if they don't get this off their chest. It's actually becoming a burden. Like, this person keeps crossing my mind. This person's in my energy field. You know, it starts to get annoying. Trust. Look. The Wanderer. So they are going to take a leap of faith. Boom. They're going to take a leap of faith towards saying something, handling something for some of you guys out there, because they want stability, structure, family life. The whole 10. We had the 10 of Cups, we have the 10 of Pentacles. So this is for someone out there that this is what the person wants. They want family. They want legacy. I'm getting a strong, this is my legacy card because of the elephants, remembrance, okay? Hey, Brandy. Finally caught alive. It feels like it's been forever, baby. You know, I actually had a timer on here, but all my people coming in late, so I'm going to stick around. So we have the 10 of Pentacles here. So, yeah, like this is giving legacy, y'all. It's giving legacy. I'm going to get some more messages, and then I'll scrap this reading and do a smaller reading, okay? What do we have here? You right, but it's over, and I'm chosen one. So are you on it? Oh, love you. Love to you. I'll let you know what I'm telling her. No, do what you got to do, babe. Okay, let's get some messages. Let's see. I want to use this deck. I haven't used this deck when I'm live. Oh, not this card trying to come out. Y'all know I got some freaky decks. I can't show y'all these anymore because of YouTube's rules. I was gonna say TikTok's rules and YouTube's rules. Y'all seen that? Anyways, they're like, is that a whip on a card? Taylor, what are you into? Okay, let's see what's going on. Not so Little Mermaid. All right, let's see what's happening. Okay, I was gonna say option. What does this person want to say to them real quick? Let's see what happens. Oh, I'm afraid of what others may say or think. I know I shouldn't care, but I do. So that's how they feeling? Okay, let's see what else. Damn. Cards be flying. Oh. 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 On this note, synchronicities. Y'all saw that fly out. I'm live. Ain't no editing here. Oh. On this note, I need y'all to like, subscribe. I need y'all to hit that bell notification when I go live. I need y'all to like and subscribe. You're here. Who was here earlier when I said 11:11? Who was here? Union is close. You're almost there. Okay, well, some of y'all feel like y'all, I'm telling you, we had the Justice card. If some of y'all been with this person, okay, if not, they're dreaming. Now I'm hearing Selena, I'm dreaming of you tonight and tomorrow. But I'm hearing the part where she says, and for all of my life. Interesting. Your hands are magical. You always know exactly where and how to touch me. See, some of you guys could have healing hands. Like your energy. Like your energy could be very soothing or healing to someone. Ooh. The more you heal, talk about healing. The more you heal, the deeper my desire grows for you. Well, look, you are either, this person is either going to jump on the healing bandwagon or they going to bounce, because this isn't, I know this is a compliment, but it's not a compliment, because it's like, yeah, the more I heal, you're going to be attracted to me. But at the same time, if you're not going to heal with me, then you're just a monitoring spirit, right? You're just watching. What's at the bottom? I can't wait to feel you beside me all around me. Yeah, this person a freak. Freak. Since y'all talking about Doja Cat. Freak like me. You want a good girl that does bad things to you. You know that song she be singing? Okay. Boom. Well, you can meet, yeah, Jay, they can meet you at the top, or they can watch from the crowd. But somebody else is going to align to your frequency. And I feel like that's important for everyone to know here on this live. And for people who go back and watch this, don't get stuck on people. Like, really, do not get stuck. Do not get attached to people. We have multiple soulmates. If one person, soulmates, soul family, listen, if one person can't align with your frequency, they can't match you, someone else will. Someone else will. That's why it's, don't get hell bent on a specific person. Don't get worked up on one person. I swear, and I'm not saying this to be an asshole. I'm saying this to be real with you guys. There's always plenty of fish in the sea. So if someone is choosing you, that's a big deal. If someone's being receptive and saying, hey, I'm giving you time, they're so easier than done. True. But if someone says to you, I want to see where this goes, or I'm interested in you, or I want to get to know you, take that as a big deal, because there's so many other people out here that they could be talking to or dealing with. And I'm not saying that egoic way, but the truth is like, we don't owe anyone, and we don't own anyone. And I just feel like someone needed to hear that. You don't have to agree with it, but the truth is, there is always going to be someone who you meet that you find something that you like, okay? I'm not saying people are replaceable. Like you won't find the same person twice, but you can align with another individual. And that's not facts. I'm sorry, you know? So if you choose each other, then you choose each other, and there's power in choosing each other. Now, yes, people have different soul contracts, okay? Some people come in from past lives to teach us things, to help us heal from certain things, but that doesn't mean you stay in something if it's toxic. That's what I'm saying. I think a lot of times people get hell-bent on the twin flame scenario. They don't realize that they're in a toxic connection. You know, I've seen people who have been in this twin flame journey for years, watching the same person, dealing with the same person, and there has been no movement. And I feel the saddest for those people because I'm like, when are you going to learn? Like, let that go. So soul contracts are like, think about the Akashic records. I don't know if you guys know about the Akashic records. It's like when your soul has signed, basically you're, just for the human part of it, your soul has kind of signed a contract to go through a certain learning experience with someone. It doesn't always have to be bad. It can be good. You know, you have a soul contract with your parent. What's the connection with the tarot cards? Where does it come from? Well, some people would say from Egypt. Some people would say nah. There are people in an argument online whether tarot comes from Egypt. Anyways, I believe it. I believe we have practices like that. I'm not going to go too far into that because I don't want to start an argument. I feel like a lot of things came from Africa, came from Egypt, but they don't want to talk about that. So we're going to leave that question alone because that could start an issue. What does that say? No, Prince, you're not wrong. It's just that I was going to answer it, but then I thought I want to stay clear of that because the spiritual community can get in a frenzy over where tarot comes from. But what I will say is tarot is just a tool. Okay? I love ancient Egypt. I love Kemet. But tarot is just a tool. It's cards. And there's even, how do I say this? There are other tools of divination that people use too. So it's not really needed all the time. There are tarot readers and there are psychics and then there are mediums. I know a lot of people disagree with that. I have a lot of controversial opinions on things. That's why I don't go live because I just say what the hell I want to say. It can offend people. That's the Scorpio in me. But what I will say is, how do I put this? Tarot readers are people who know tarot cards. They know different spreads. They know the ins and outs of tarot cards, the symbology. They know what zodiac signs connect with tarot cards. They know the whole spiel on tarot cards. Then you have people who are like truly deeply psychic, where they just use it as a tool. Okay? People can just use it and they'll say, you know what, I'm using this as a tool just to communicate with the divine, channel from the divine. Then you have people who are mediums and they can speak with the dead. Sometimes use tarot, sometimes not use tarot. Okay? But there are people who like really spend a lot of time diving into the knowledge of tarot cards and who created it and why was it created and all of that. You have people who really study that. Then you have people who just use it as a tool to communicate the psychic messages that they're receiving, okay? And you have mediums who may use it, who may not use it. And then there's astrologists, which that's a whole nother realm. Some astrologists use tarot cards, you know, but for the most part, they don't have to because all they need is a birth chart, you know, not a birth chart. All they need is a chart to read. So it's a lot of different areas in the woo-woo world, as people call it, in the spiritual world. But tarot is basically, think of tarot as a mic, right? And think of spirit, God, goddess energy, as the speaker. And they use a mic to communicate what they have to say. Now, with the vocal box being whoever the reader is. Does that make sense? Does that sound a little too crazy? God, goddess energy is the message. The person behind the mic is a vocal box of spirit, okay? And then the mic itself is the tarot card. Prince, that doesn't sound crazy? You know what? I'm going to come on here. I'm going to do a video one day, and we're going to break down the history of tarot. We're going to break down the history of tarot and maybe even talk about the controversial views of tarot, history of tarot. And I mean, I think what's interesting is what I'm learning, you guys. Just hear me out real quick. I'm learning that there are a lot of theories that a lot of our practices come from yoga,
okay? I know, because a lot of people would think that yoga comes from India, right? In India only, there's Kemetic yoga, which is something I strongly want to learn, you know? So it's tricky because I'm learning about there are different divination practices and skills, obviously, that were in Africa, which we already know that, but as well as in Egypt. So there's nothing new under the sun, but a lot of people are saying that it belongs to one specific culture, and it seems like that's not completely the case. So that's no disrespect to India. Anyways, the Astro CEO goes by your birth chart. The Hopi Indians use birth charts. Man, change things from other cultures. I love the Hopis. My father has some good friends that are Hopis and Navajos, the Navajo tribes. Good people. And Prince, expressing yourself physically, allowing yourself to feeling spiritual and physical at the same time. Yeah. So, you guys, what I really want to say is that we're all connected to spirit. You don't really need tarot cards. You don't really need divination when you get to a certain level of just divine communication. I've seen some really tapped in individuals where they go online and they just sit there and they just start sharing the messages that they're receiving. And I'm like, that was on point. So you can get to the point where you are the vocal box and the vessel all by itself. That's a powerful moment. Okay. But like I said, the tarot cards just help to kind of paint a story. They're the tools. They're the paintbrushes, you know, they're the pen. What's your mixture, Tay? What do you mean? What I'm mixed with? Like what I'm me? I'm guessing that's what you mean. I just want to ask to make sure. Am I in Texas? I am not in Texas, baby. I'm not in Texas. I wish I was in Texas though. I'd be eating real good if I were in Texas right now. Yeah, ethnicity. Okay. So my mom is Black and Creole. Interesting. The dumb ones snitch on themselves. I don't know what they mean. Oh no, I'm not moving to Texas, baby. I love where I'm at. But I love Texas. I love. She's next with Kool-Aid and Tang. I don't know if that's a diss or not, but okay. YouTube gets weird. But no, so my mom is Black and Creole. My dad is half Irish Scottish with Puerto Rican. So my dad's father is Puerto Rican. My dad's mother is Irish Scottish mix. We found out it's more English Scottish. He thought he was Irish. My mom's more Irish than him, which was weird. The good thing is my mom passed away in 2018. The good thing is I have her ancestry DNA and I have my father's ancestry DNA and I have mine, so I can track all of them when they're updated. And let's just say it gets a little interesting when you get your DNA results. Okay? It gets a little interesting. I'm gonna say that. My mom has a really big percentage of Irish blood, and it's interesting. Let's just say the least. So I'm like, okay, so who was Irish in the family? Now, obviously, for African Americans, you know, we can go back and be like, you know who that is and how that happened. But there's an interesting story where my grandfather, I'm gonna share this real quick. It's not a diss, it's just a take away the cringe when I heard what are you mixed with. I get you, Jagu. Yeah, I'm used to it by now, but I feel you. I feel you. I'm Scottish, Irish, Mexican. Well, that's a cool mix right there. That's a cool mix. But anyways, so my grandfather, hear me out, y'all. My grandfather, I think my grandfather would be like 100 if he were alive. My mom's dad. So check this out. He was raised by his aunt and uncle because his mother had him at like 13 or 14 years old. So the guy who got her pregnant, I think he was older. I think he was like maybe like 16 or something like that. So what the family did, hi Bella. Baby, you got a free reading coming your way. So what the family did is the family, when she had the baby, they took the baby and they raised it as their own. okay? Now, this was common. This was done a lot in the South, okay? So what happened was apparently this boy, his family was kind of like, I want to say uppity or prestigious because they were trying to hide the fact that he got a 13-year-old pregnant. Now, I know a lot of people in this day and age would be like, who the fuck is Grace? I'm sorry, this is annoying me. Like, Grace, you're an idiot. You're annoying me. Sorry, y'all. This person is spamming the live. It's a fucking dick. Some people have no lives. And I don't have the patience tonight. I don't. Where's the spam at? There we go. Anyways, there we go. I just don't like idiots, y'all. I don't like idiots, and I'm trying to get them out. I hate that YouTube makes it so hard to get people out of a fucking live. It's crazy. I just feel like you're an idiot. It's crazy how some people literally have no lives, and I just wish they would have a life. I wish that for them. I hope Grace has a life for herself, for himself, because obviously they don't have anything to do with themselves. Hold on, babies. Hold on. I'm going to get back to my little story. Have you guys ever processed that some people, just think about it for a second, mentally, that some people have nothing for themselves? Like, think about that for a second. It's really sad when you think about it. It's really sad because some people, their mind, that just tells you like they're so empty that they're thinking, I'll go on YouTube. And when I'm on YouTube, I'll find somebody's life to be a dick on. And I'm just going to spam and keep sending things because why? I have no life and I don't know what to do with myself. And I'm just hoping I get attention. And that makes me sad. Like, sometimes I think about that. Like, there are literally people out here, that's what they do. It's sad. I really think like, damn, there's some people, you could be hustling, you could be grinding, you could be making money, you could be creating. Then you got people who just come on here and troll because they don't have a life. And not having a life is scary. Like, I'm not even playing with y'all. That's sad. Interesting. So back to what I was saying about my grandfather. So back in the day, I want you guys to keep in mind that during that time frame, that was not looked at as a bad thing. I know, hear me out. If you hear of a 16-year-old or 17-year-old boy getting a 13-year-old girl pregnant, that is not a good thing now, right? But back then, it was just like, it is what it is. What made them hide it is his class, his stature, whoever he was. So our family, we have a theory that he was half black and half white. Because my grandfather's last name is an Irish last name. And it would make sense during that time frame, if you were a mixed man or mixed woman, it's easier to just kind of pass, right? It's easier to pass. It's easier to, I hate to say it, but not be associated with black people because of all the racism and all the, the hardship. So we have a theory that my grandfather's father was mixed, that he was biracial. And that's why they wanted nothing to do with this child and they had to keep it on the low. Like, do not let it out that he got this black girl pregnant, okay? That's what the family, like what we suspect. Because my grandfather only met him like one other time in his life. And that was it. But apparently it was like a love story. Like, I guess he really did like her or cared about her, but he got her pregnant. After she had the baby, she went back to school. My grandfather went to live with his uncle on a farm. We think that's why the Irish blood is on that side. We think it's from him. How does he have an Irish last name? And why was it so hush-hush? And Jagu says, that's how that community survived too, by passing, but they're really passing ones, I think. Yeah, so It's trippy, y'all, but that really shook me when I did my ancestry DNA test to see that my mom had a very high percentage of Irish blood for a black woman. But what's deep on the ancestry DNA, you guys, I love talking about these subjects. It doesn't bother me. Um, is that, anyways, is that they were able to put in communities like the different Louisiana, like areas in Louisiana that my mom's people were from. And I thought that was so wow. You know, why am I talking? Hold up. I'm going to share some with y'all because I don't mind sharing it with y'all. I don't care. Hold on. I'm going to pull it up real quick. I'm going to pull it up. Have any of you guys done like an ancestry DNA, like, test or 23andMe? Some of the things you find out are heartbreaking. Like, I've heard some sad things. I actually found my dad's like side of the family on Ancestry DNA. It was, y'all, that was deep. Wait until y'all hear about that. So I'm gonna go into that one real quick while I'm looking this up. I found my dad's mother's family because my dad was like, how do I say it? He didn't really get a chance to spend time with her at all because she was kind of, let's say, an unstable, unfit mother. Okay? She dropped her sons off at a church or an orphanage and walked away. While my grandfather was away working, finding work. He got a call saying, "Hey, your sons were dropped off here." She just left them. Yeah. So what does my grandfather do? A man who just escaped Puerto Rico, basically. I do mean escape from his father, which is a whole nother story, y'all. Because his father was having kids to run the sugar cane fields. So he was having them like slaves. He was like breeding to have workers. Whole thing in Puerto Rico. Yes, hear me out. My grandfather ran away, went to Florida. Some of his siblings went to New York, Florida, New York. Then my grandfather met her, this Scottish English woman, right? Who was traumatized, but she liked men of color. Which is highly like your eyebrow raised because you're a white woman and during an interesting time frame. And all you keep chasing are Puerto Rican men. She loved Puerto Rican men. She met my grandfather. They had 2 sons, but she wasn't right in the head because she had dealt with sexual trauma and abuse. So her relationship with men wasn't the best. And she was like the black sheep, but she was also a witch. So she was just very interesting. They said she was a very oddball. She was very unique, okay? So basically, she dropped them off at either a church or orphanage. My grandfather was called. He came back, got them. What does he do as a man who only knows how to work, does not know how to take care of kids? He goes to Cali. He moves there. I don't know what made him move there, but he met a woman, a black woman, that he liked. She had kids. He had kids. They came together, had a ghetto little Brady Bunch family. I do mean ghetto. They had like a little Brady Bunch family. Like, look, you got kids, I got kids. They fell in love. They got married. They had more kids. It's a blended family. My father didn't try to reach out to his mom until like 1990 or 1989 or something like that, but she wasn't there. When she called him, all she could talk about was other men. They did speak over the phone before. Like, it was very interesting, but then she ended up dying. And it was really sad. She died of AIDS. One of the men she was messing with, he apparently was a druggie, and you can imagine how that went. So it was really sad that she had, her father used to molest her and rape her, and she was outcast because she liked men of color, and she was gifted. She was spiritually gifted, inclined, and let's just say she was very different from her for her time frame, but she her relationship with men, she had daddy issues. It was just off. She was always chasing love. And she had more kids, and she ended up doing the same thing to her other children. So I have aunts, and I have two more aunts out there that are Puerto Rican, half Puerto Rican, and I don't know, I haven't met them yet. But anyways, so that's her story, right? So my dad's like, I need to, reach out to her. He has a bad experience and he just gives up. So, years later, decades later, I go on Ancestry DNA and I notice I have all these white cousins. I knew I was mixed. I knew my dad was half white, half Puerto Rican. And I was like, who are these people? And it clicks to me, oh, that's that side of the family. So I reached out to one of my cousins. She helped me reach out to my grandmother's sister's children, and I was able to speak with them. But hear the conversation. The first thing that one of them says to me, check this out. They said, hey. I said, hey. They said, what's up, cousin? Nice to meet you. And I was like, nice to meet you too. And they were like, so when you gonna come out here? And I said, well, at the time I was taking care of my mom. I was like, I'm a caregiver, so I won't be out there. I just wanted to, find you guys and see if I can get more information on my grandmother. And they were like, okay, well, look, you should come out here. We don't burn crosses anymore. Y'all. What did y'all get from that? What did y'all get from that? When I was on the phone, I was like, tell me you're not racist, but you got a little bit of racist in you. Because that side of the family, I knew they were highly racist. I knew they were because my grandfather, who was a creep, he was like a sergeant in the military, and he was a drunk, and he was a racist, and he was a creep. He used to rape his own daughters. So to tell me that you should come visit us, we don't burn crosses anymore. Why y'all want me out there? Y'all know I'm black. Why? Turns out one of them did marry a Latin man, though. It's kind of interesting. So she kind of followed in line with my grandmother, which would be her aunt. Probably shouldn't go to Florida, right? I'm like, yeah, I'll just talk to you over the phone. But it turns out one of them, they're gifted. This is before I had my channel. I mentioned this in one of my other lives. She was like, listen, so-and-so wants to talk to you. So she talks to me, then she starts whispering. She's like, look, I want to ask you something. She's like, do you see things sometimes? I was like, because y'all, I gauge people. I don't tell people I'm a medium or a psychic right away, because that's looked at as crazy, okay? Sundown towns are real, girl. So I was like, I don't know what they into, what they're up to, but I'm not for it. So literally, I'm trying to gauge, see if this is a trick question. Is she trying to be funny? But y'all, I wasn't reading tarot online or anything like that. There is no way she would know anything. Oh, you're from Oklahoma, Anyways, so check this out. She's like, do you see things sometimes? Because I see things sometimes, and there's a person in my house, and my husband thinks I'm crazy, so I can't talk about it with everyone. And I'm like, yeah. Okay. I'm from Stockton. I'm not from this racist town or anybody. I hate this place. Yeah, but listen, y'all. Listen. So she says this to me, and I'm like, should I tell her? Should I let her know? So I'm like, yeah. I just went ahead and told her. I just went ahead and told her, yeah. So it turns out, they're gifted, or she is. I don't know about her sister. She's gifted. Turns out my grandmother was gifted. I don't know why I said my aunt. I wanted to speak with their mother, but she had a stroke. So she was kind of ashamed of her speech because it can mess with her speech. But they were more afraid to tell me, the full story of my grandmother. They were like, well, we want to say something, but we don't know what all you know. And I was like, I know that she died from AIDS. I know that she was raped. I know you guys have trauma and race. You guys are racist a little bit, or you were. And so, but I, of course, I didn't say that to them. I was like, but I kind of know what's going on, what happened to her. And they're like, okay, well, we don't know too much. It felt like they were withholding information about her. I just felt that in my spirit. I was like, I just want to know more. I want more pictures of her. I just want to know, like, I feel bad for her. Like, why did she go? She went through all this trauma and she kept chasing the wrong men and she died of AIDS. This is not fair that her creepy father outlived her. It's not fair. Like I just wanted to know more about her. I don't even know her birthday. I just want to know more. And it just felt like I wasn't really getting, like, on the information I got was only like everything I already knew about her. All they could tell me is that they really liked her. They remembered her from when they were kids, and they said she was so fun. Like, she was colorful, she used to wear vibrant clothing, vibrant makeup, and that she was very childlike. And I was like, interesting. So, okay, she was kind of weird. They said that the neighborhood would call her a witch, so they were like, people actually taunt her and call her names. Apparently, she was kind of like, how do I explain it? I'm trying to think of a character, the way they explained to me that made me think. You guys know Joan? Not Joan. What's the girl from Girlfriends? You guys remember the show Girlfriends with Tracy Ellis Ross and all of them? You know, the one who was like bohemian? What was her name? The one who she never like had a place. Like, she was just always couch hopping, doing random things. That's the way when they explained her, I was like, so she was kind of like a Lynn, thank you. She was just kind of like here and there. She'd randomly show up. And often when she showed up, it was kind of like, what do you need? You know what I mean? That's the way they painted her for me. It was like the kids loved her, but the adults were like, she's into something again. Like, sure, she needs help, And she had the worst boyfriends. So that's the way it was explained to me, and that she liked to be at cemeteries at night doing things. So that's what I have on her. And I mean, I feel bad for her because I'm like, she was a free spirit. She dealt with trauma and she was trying to find the best way to cope with that trauma. But the thing is, like, they remembered her, and the kids, like my cousins, they painted a very positive picture of her, with the way she handled children. She loved kids. But it just felt like maybe something wasn't right. You know what I'm saying? Like, she was a little, I don't know, it just felt like something was a little glitchy. And it could have been just because of the trauma and her trying to run from it. Anyways, God bless her. God bless her. God bless her. My grandmother's name was Barbara. It sounds like a sweet spirit, like a childlike spirit, but she just was not grounded. She hadn't dealt with her trauma. And she was not a fit mother whatsoever. And at least she knew that enough to give them over. I wish she could have handled that better, but anyways. So that's the story of my grandmother. My cousins and I were friends on Facebook years ago. I haven't spoken to them since. Like I said, they were nice to me, but they said some things that had me do this. Okay. Like, I don't know if I'm going to go to Florida. But anyways, like, no, honestly, she is my ancestor. You get what I'm saying? Like, that is my grandmother. Like, she is my father's mother. I feel for her. I have empathy for her because she was traumatized as a child, and it fucked her up. It messed her up for life. And it sounds like she was gifted. So, yeah, I feel for her. Her blood is in my blood, And so I really, I just wish that I knew more about her so I could properly honor her and help her. You know what I mean? Like, I wish I could honor her correctly, but I have pictures of her. I don't know how to I wish I could help heal her. I think that's what I'm looking for, y'all. I think I wish I could bring, at first it was for my dad. At first I was doing this for my dad. I have spoken with her once, Bella. I was going to share that. I've spoken with her once, but she was similar to like what my dad had said. She's kind of like, how do I explain her? She's like, you can talk to someone and they still don't really, they don't care. I don't want to say they don't care. They don't care about the main topic. You know how there's an elephant in the room and you can talk around the elephant? Like, yeah, girl. So she had different things to say, but didn't address the elephant. And I told my dad. My dad was on the phone with me when I was channeling her, and she was a more of like, kind of like making fun of like my dad, like, oh, he's still upset with me, you know, like that, like he's still mad. John, you know, like, come on, you know, like, dude, you know, like, kind of get over it, you know, that type of thing. Like, this is life, things happen. She's like one of those spirits. She doesn't go into the deep, gritty, like emotional stuff. And when my dad told me his conversation with her when she was alive, it made sense. Like, her brain, like, she's not there. And I think that was her form of escapism. Like, I don't address it, we move on from it, and we'll talk about everything else. Nothing ever happened. I just think that's the way her spirit processed that, you know? So I haven't heard from her since. I haven't. I just, yeah, she's kind of like a, I want to say flighty. That's like, she's like a, you know what? Someone said gypsy. I think she does have a gypsy spirit. She's just, sometimes I think about her randomly. I'll see her picture in my mind's eye. And then I'll wonder if that's her like saying she's near, you know? Because when you connect with the other side, it's like a signal, you know, like the signal can be weak, can be strong. And I just wonder, you know, like, is that her? Is that her trying to like get my attention? Is that her like talking to, like, trying to say, hey, I'm here? Or maybe it's just me, you know, thinking, you know, randomly thinking about her. But anyways, I love her nonetheless. I just, they say she was a witch. I need to know. I want to know the magical ish. I'm not gonna look. Let me stop the bullshitting. I want to know about the spiritual shit. When I found out she was a witch, I was like, well, what type of witch? You know, like, what was she into? What was she doing at these cemeteries, y'all? What was she doing? Tell me what I'm working with here. Tell me who this woman was, and why do y'all see people? Because that's a whole nother level. I was being nosy. I'm not gonna lie. I was like, you tell me. You see people? Tell me, girl, come here. We are cousins. What do you see? What did she do? It just seemed like she had a way with men. So I wonder what you know, I wonder. And she was at the cemetery. I just wonder. But anyways, that's my grandmother, you know? Let's get, what was I trying to show y'all? I was trying to show y'all my little DNA. Y'all, I still got people reaching out to me on DNA, sending me text messages like, hey, it looks like we're a match. That Puerto Rican side go crazy. Like, whoa. I said, damn, it's a lot of people. Okay, let's look at the results real quick. How'd you connect? I want to try that one day. How'd you feel during the experience? Well, okay, I reached out to one cousin. She's really cool. I like her. She doesn't give races. She's really sweet. She's there. She's like my cousins, like my grandmother. She's my grandmother's cousin. Does that make sense? So she's like my cousin or whatever. But she was mad cool. And she's like, I remember your grandmother briefly. She wasn't always at the family gatherings. It was like rare she would come. But yeah, and I was like, damn, she wasn't even at the family gathering. She was really like the black sheep. Anyways, she was mad cool, okay? she said, let me get you in touch with your cousins. We reached out via message on Ancestry DNA. We found each other on Facebook. She sent me their information. She first reached out to them to get their permission, and that's how we went about it. Oh, it's all the mediumship. Well, it just depends. Like everyone's differently. Like for everyone is different. So I remember I was on the phone with my dad, and we were having a very long conversation about ancestry and heritage and whatnot. And I told him, I was like, yo, I keep like feeling her energy, like getting like that keeps coming up, you know, like the same way I just said, like pictures of her and all that. And I remember like just sitting still, and it's like I was talking to him on the phone. And he said something, and all of a sudden it's like I heard someone else come in, just like that. It's hard to explain it, but it's like imagine you're talking to someone on the phone, and then all of a sudden you hear another like voice come in. That's how it works for me sometimes. Sometimes I'll see them, and sometimes I'll just hear it like clairaudiently. And hers is clairaudient. I have never seen her. Like I've never physically seen her in the spiritual realm. I've only heard her. So it's kind of different. Some spirits I'll see, some spirits I'll hear. So I could just hear her, and she like chimed in. So I was like, you were eavesdropping on the communication. Got you. So it's like, it was weird. It's like the more we talked about her, she started coming through. How was your first scripting channeling? What do you mean scripting? I don't know. Jay, no cap, I can listen to you for ages. I've heard that before. Someone else said that to me on one of my other lives. I think I gauge how much I can share because you know the whole spiritual psychosis thing is trending. People are like, "Oh, spiritual psychosis." Oh, doo. And I'm like, "No. I'm actually a medium, y'all. I don't know how to explain it, but I'm a medium and trust that I'm in therapy and all of that. And my therapist knows I'm a medium. And he's like, girl, I believe you. What did you see?" You guys should hear my talks with my therapist. He's like, no, I heard you. Like I had this weird thing happen at my house where that's the whole thing. But this person came to my house. It was spiritual. And no lie, like he heard it all on the phone. He said, for one, he said, look, I just want to tell you I believe the stuff you be telling me. Because I told him, I said, listen, I got to be careful what I share with you, homie, because I don't need you putting me in a white coat. I don't need you trying to put me in a white coat. You trying to white coat me. I'm not about that. So I'm not sharing everything with you. It took me years to share everything. He still doesn't get everything. It took me years to open up to my therapist on this side. And then it clicked to me. I was like, damn, you know what I'm talking about. So I think he knows some stuff too. You know what I'm saying? He tapped in. I see spirits and hear things. See, I think we're all like when you think of us as a collective consciousness of energy, I think we're all gifted. I don't think it's just. But hear me out. I don't think it's like that one person is chosen, and that one chosen person has a gift. I don't think it's like that. I think we all have different ways to connect with the spirit realm, and I think they try to communicate with us often, but we just gotta listen, you know, or clear our vessel. Okay, for real, Jagu. Okay, Jagu, I have a podcast and it's like plug. I have a podcast and it's called Blue Lotus Podcast. And I may change the name of it, but I actually have a podcast. So thank you. I needed to hear that because I've been afraid to post. Okay, listen, start your podcast for Nightcap Radio on medium voice volume. Y'all, I need to screenshot that because I need to remember that, Jagu. Thank you. I appreciate that. That's like, I needed that confirmation. Like, seriously, because I've been scared. And I'm like, I want to go on the podcast, but I don't have anyone to interview. So, should I just like get on there and talk? I haven't had crack, but I've had something close to it. And that would be caffeine and sugar. That's why you guys hear me being all silly. Somebody was being rude, but I just made it funny. You think I should call it Purple Lotus? I like Blue Lotus because of Egypt. You know what I mean? But anyways, let me go back to these messages. I've seen spirits most of my life. See? Okay. But no, seriously, Jagu, I really appreciate you. Okay, so Bella says, like, writing down what spirit wants to tell you. In other words, spirit taking control of your hands. Hun, I have only done that, I would say. Hold on. I'm naming spirits. I don't want to say their names alive. Okay, I've only had two passed on people have me do that. The first one was like, I think around a little bit after, like, is it 2019, 2020? I got to go back and look at my journal. Not everyone communicates like that. I don't do that often. I'm going to be real with you. That is not my lane. I don't do that often. I've only had like that happen twice. Jaku says, interview me. I have a lot to say. Okay. Okay. We can talk about that. We can talk about that. No, but for real, y'all, like, I know some people, that's how they channel. Like, I've seen people where they'll have a paper and they'll literally just be doing this, and that's how they channel. I'm not one of, I haven't attempted to do that. Like I said, everyone has their way of doing things. That's a gift. Some people are just like tapped in that way. I actually had a session with a medium. I'm not gonna lie. When I first had the session, I was like, he tripping. Like, he don't know what he's talking about. Like, I just paid all that money. Damn, he got my money. That's what I get for, going somewhere outside of myself. But I was grieving and I felt like I wasn't tapped in. So I wanted to hear from someone else. So I'm not gonna lie, y'all. I was kind of acting like an asshole afterwards. I was like, you're right, talking about this and that. Years later, I said, damn, I need to find that man's information. He was on point. It's like everything ended up playing out that man said. At first, I was like, scam. He was on point. And the whole time, via the Zoom session, he was just like writing while looking at me. And everything he was saying ended up making sense. And to this day, I can't find that man's name. I can't find his information. He didn't want to be filmed or recorded while in the session. And I am so mad. I feel like that's what I get. That's my bad karma for being like, yeah, right. And he was on point. He was so on point. The things like, I think that reading was done either 2018 or 2019. The things that he predicted was all the way up until hell now. Hell now. I was like, had I listened, why didn't I listen to this man? Like, why didn't I listen? I was like, well, you didn't know. Like, you didn't know how this was going to play. He was just telling you what he was seeing. I need to find that man. For real, I think I know how I could find him. I gotta see. I think I might be able to find a way. But he was good, y'all. He was scary good. And I was like, damn, like, God forgive me for like being rude. Like, I didn't tell him that on in person, but when I got off that live, I was like, what the fuck? You know what I mean? So I feel bad. That's what I get. I deserve that karma. So no, Bella, I'm gonna give you one little message, babe. There was a spirit who came to visit me. One of the strongest, I do mean this. There was a spirit, he had recently passed on. He came to me. He told me to get a pen and paper. And he had a lot to say and I needed to start writing. I have never experienced something so intense in my life. Okay? And when he did that, I was just like, I don't know what the hell is happening, but I'm going to do what he's saying. And lo and behold, some of the stuff he said to me ended up playing out. Like, he knew someone in my family. So he was able to give me information about them. He was able to say some things to me about how he felt. And yeah, not all spirits communicate like that. He was very strong, but it was weird. It's like his energy was so intense. Good person. Do I take questions? I can take questions, but a sister need an equal energy exchange. I would need some money to my, I don't know if my pay thing is on my live right now. If not, you can send something to my Cash App. That's how I'll answer a question. But yeah, y'all, like I'll do a video. If you guys want to know more about certain spiritual experiences that I've had, I can share that, like a creepy midnight podcast. Share some things that I've experienced with passed on people. I've had some really intense things happen that have been true. And each time I'm like, I must be psycho. Like, I have to be crazy. And then I'll get my clarity, that my confirmation. No, that was on point. Thank you. Yeah. That's all I got to say. Someone said I'm a Sagittarius. I'm not a Sagittarius, but I have Sagittarius in my chart. How many of you have been on this live before? How many of you like are active followers on my YouTube channel or have watched me live? You should do a time-to-time story time about how you try out some spiritual tools like teacups, charms, candle wax. Oh, I've done the candle wax one. I like that. Active follower Bella. Okay, pimp named 24K. Jay, Brandy, of course. Jennifer. Hi, Jennifer. Thank you for following. And Jay Goo. Bob Perez. First time. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. That first live, who remembers the first live? Who was here during that first live I did? Was any of you guys here? The live where I had on pearls and a beige sweatshirt and glasses. I still need my glasses. Where did I put my glasses at? I need to be wearing my glasses. Not gonna lie to y'all. Who was here in that first live? Rio, aka Mo. You were here in that first live when I was wearing glasses. Who was in that first live I did? Where we ended up talking about food. That was a good live because y'all had me thinking about food. I actually went on a little adventure. I was trying to find different restaurants. We were talking about like traveling. Who was there in that one? That's the one I'm talking about. Like the one where we talking about food and traveling and New York and Italy. I know Kiba was here and Kiba left. But who was all Rio? I don't remember you being in that live. Your name doesn't seem familiar, babe. Did you change your name? The reason why I'm mentioning this is because I'm actually also thinking about like sharing like a food journal. Because you guys know I'm a foodie. That's the Taurus in my chart. And we were talking about like traveling and food. And I kind of want to like do that. Someone said I got my house smelling like pizza pastries now. I love food, you guys. Yes, I'm a Taurus moon. Who was all here? Because I remember it was Kiba. I'm trying to remember the names, yo. I'm trying to remember names. It was Kiba. It was... Shit. I'm blanking. There was another... Oh, my girl. My girl was in here. I'm blanking on her name right now. And then there was a guy in here. My stomach's growling, y'all. I might have to eat. There was a guy. I think his name was Gentleman's Corner. Gentleman's Corner. Is Gentleman's Corner up in here? I'm gonna call you GC. GC, I got a lot to say to you. I got a lot to say to those folks who was in that live. A lot of things end up playing out. I'm not a chef, but that is something I would like to do, is to get into the culinary arts. I would love that. Like, I would love to dive into food, you know, the history of it, like the history of certain meals and how to prepare certain dishes. But I want to learn more about herbs first. I want to be an herbologist. What the fuck did I just say? An herbalist? Herbologist? What the fuck? An herbalist? What was I trying to say, y'all? That felt channeled. I want to be an herbalist. I want to learn about herbs and tinctures and all of that. I actually got to a point where I was close to it. I also want to learn about Ayurvedic healing and medicine with herbs and food. But I ain't giving up meat, so that's where it gets a little tricky. So I want to know You know, I want to learn about those things before I dive into the culinary arts. But I would love to dive into the culinary arts because I just feel like it would be healing and soothing, and it's just something that brings me joy. What do I use on my face? It looks clear. Well, I have a little bit of a filter on, but in my pictures, my face is actually clear. I just drink a lot of water. Just drink a lot of water. Oh, lemon water is key, y'all. If you guys want to get your skin clear, drink warm lemon water before you wake up. Okay? Drink warm lemon water. What did I say before you wake up? Before you start your day. Okay? Do that. Before you eat anything else, drink lemon water at night. Drink it in the morning and watch that clear up some ish. But for me, you guys, I would say it's just drinking a lot of water, drinking lemon water. And I try to stay away from like a lot of processed foods. I try to stay away from soda, all of those different things. But you know, for women, our hormones like fluctuate. So I'll see like breakouts with my hormones, which sometimes is why I'll use the filter. You know what I mean? Am I vegan? No, I did that for a bit, and I can't hang. I can't hang, y'all. I tried that because I thought, you know, in my brain, I was like, I tried to stay away from dairy, but I love cheese. I don't drink milk anymore. That used to be my thing, but I love cheese. I tried the vegan cheese. It's just I just can't. I can't. Okay. But vegan, like I tried to be a vegan because I just thought, you know, my mom passed away from breast cancer. So I thought being vegan, and at the time my mom was on Dr. Sebi products. I just thought that being vegan would heal me, it would heal her, and I was doing it out of support. But it made me sick. Like I was getting weak. I couldn't handle it. Like I wasn't getting enough protein, which I needed to do more research to figure out. Thank you. I needed to do more research to figure out how to get protein into my body, but it was just not for me. And I tried it again after my mom passed away. Y'all, I need meat. I cannot. Like I'm not one of those people who can be vegan. I remember I had went to Simply Wholesome and had brought all these like different herbs and even brought some like I was gonna even try the like vegan meat, which is shitty. Like if you're not gonna do meat, just don't do meat. Don't do the vegan meat because there's a lot of soy in it, which isn't healthy. But I brought all this stuff and I did it for like maybe 2 weeks and I was like, yeah, fuck no. This ain't for me. This is not, I can't. It was just making my body like I was just feeling so weak. I can only do small bouts of not eating meat and I'll be okay. Look up exclusion water crystal structure, then look at the image behind you. Yes. I see where you're going, Jimmy. Don't think I haven't seen your messages. I go garbanzo on the bean till that and chickpeas. Yes, I've heard of that, but I don't like garbanzo beans. And chickpeas, I like chickpeas, but I'm lazy. I don't have time to soak those. I know that's bad, but I'm like, I don't want to do with soaking them. Just give me the meat. I want steak. I want I want all these different things. And I think that's why I've gained weight, because like I recently gained weight because I was losing a lot of blood and I was weak. I've been dealing with some health issues. So they were like, you need more protein. We need to get this, try this and whatnot. My hormones are fluctuating. So I'm like, I need to go back to eating a little bit leaner, but I can go like a week with, oh my God, my stomach's growling. I need to eat something. So I might have to pause this, y'all. I can go a week without eating like meat, and then I need to eat like mushrooms and get my protein up with, with a little chicken or some fish. But I'm starting to get sick of fish again. I'm all over the place, y'all. I really am. But one thing's for sure, I drink a lot of water. I do juices. I do juice a lot. I drink my smoothies. I take my supplements. And I'm a good fucking person. So my skin's glowing. You know what I mean? I think when you're a good person, it shows. I think when you're negative or when you're I don't know. I think it shows when you are at peace. You know what I mean? But fasting, I already told y'all in that first live, I'm not a fat. I'm not a faster. I wish I could. Imagine just how spiritually in tune I would be then. I'm not a faster. I can't fast. I'm reading it, Loka. But yeah, like I have a hard time fasting. I know I can, but I don't want to. Bye, Jagu. Like I like to eat. What is my religion? I don't have a religion. I believe in coexisting. I don't do religion. Taurus guilt. See, I'm telling you guys, like I would rather die. Someone said I need a nice rich guy. Someone else just said that to me recently. It's weird. Sometimes you guys say things that I like conversations I've recently had or people have recently said to me. Someone said, Tay, you need to be dating. And I'm like, I don't leave the house. And they started telling me what type of guy they felt like I should be dating. I believe more in people having a good spirit than what's in their pocket. Because they be the worst people with money. I'm not saying that not all people are like that, but you know what I mean? Somebody said white guy. Interesting. Wow. Yeah, who's going to bring us food? You guys, I'm not going to lie. Most of the time, when I think about having a partner, I only want a partner because when I'm on my period, I want food. Or like, if I can't open something, then I'm like, damn it, I wish I had a boyfriend. Because then he can go and get me the food I want, and he can open this jar that I'm having a hard time opening. But that's about it. And that's no shade. But any of the ladies in here feel that way, I just be like, go pick me up some food, please. Go pick me up some food. That's really the only time where I'm like, oh, to have a boyfriend. Oh, to have a boyfriend. I remember, where was I? There was a man who was in line. It was at a restaurant. There was this man, he was in line in front of me. We ended up talking. And he was like, I'm only here because my girlfriend sent me here. And I was like, she got a good one. He was in line for a long time. He's like, I'm only here because my girlfriend, I think it was either coffee, like a new coffee spot or something. He's like, my girlfriend really wanted this, but she's not feeling good. He waited in line. And I said, she got a good one. He didn't get nothing for himself. He was only there for her to get her stuff. And I was like, see, that's the one. That's the one you throw it back on right there. That's the one you throw it back. Okay, I'm crazy. I'm getting a little delusional. You'll see this in my lives. I get a little delulu towards the end of the live because I get hungry and tired. So Athena said, I go, baby, will you do me a super big favor? Hand me that bag of chips. Yes. Yes. Shalom from Tel Aviv. Shalom. Anyone detox fasting, only do I the right setting. I mean, that's good. Look, I'm not saying that it's not bad. I mean, that's not bad. I'm not saying that it's bad. I'm just saying that it takes strong discipline to do that. Like, not everyone fasts, you know? Not everyone wants to do that. I need to eat, y'all. Give me a second. I'm about to get up and get a cookie. I need to be eating a meal. I need to eat because my stomach is growling. Ah! Give me a second. Low. Oh, y'all, I'm gonna eat something bad on live. I'm about to eat something real bad. I've been embracing my inner child, and I haven't had Doritos in years. And so one of my coworkers brought it in, and I was like, I used to like those. You would make me tacos? Y'all, I have a husky, and she about to come over here in a few minutes. You know, dogs, they start to hear this, and they come. I have a whole wolf in my house. Nice backyard. What you talking about, Willis? Come on my ass? What you talking about? Fasting I do every year, it does help. It helps. I know it helps. It's a good thing. I'm just saying that I don't have the discipline to do it. I'm real with y'all. If I wasn't active, shit, I'd be in trouble. Yes, you can. Sí se puede, but I don't want to. I don't want to, baby. Damn, I'm showing my shadow side. I could be connecting even more with God. But I'm choosing food. Tay, do you know what the picture behind you means? Okay, so this is a Merkaba with the flower of life here. A lotus in different areas, but it's Metatron's cube. Sacred geometry. I know chips are junk food. I told y'all I'm embracing my inner child right now. I've been eating healthy. I deserve a treat. Why y'all fat shaming me? Damn, can a girl be spiritual and eat junk occasionally? I'm playing with you, Lodge the Nun. Okay, I've had seaweed and I'm telling you guys, when you haven't had Doritos in decades, it does something to you. I don't eat Taco Bell. The only fast food that I eat is In-N-Out occasionally, Marathon Burger, and if you guys don't know what Marathon Burger is Nipsey Hussle's burger restaurant. It's good. Anyways, yeah, that's only fast food I eat. Bye, Josh. It was nice to meet you, baby. You guys, these messages, there's a lot of messages. What the hell is Taco Hill? You guys, it's rare that I have Doritos in my house. I'm telling you, like, my coworker had them. And yeah, and then I know about Kabbalah, babe. I know a little bit. I appreciate you bringing that up. You know, I should have made a grilled cheese, but look, I had to choose something quick because I'm on live with you guys. It would be rude for me to leave my live and go cook. You know what I mean? Goldfish and string cheese. Okay, you guys, comment below, what was your favorite childhood snack? Like, what is something that you guys used to eat as a kid that you occasionally eat as an adult, even though you know it's shit? But you just gotta have it because it's like, it makes you happy. Right, you're making me feel some type of way. Look, I haven't been able to drink coffee for a while. I haven't been able to smoke for a while because of my health issues. And I've been breaking all types of rules, okay? Because that's what happens when you've been told that you can't do what you want. Milk and tea. Cultural appropriation. Cheetos. Trick cereal. What else, y'all? Oreos, pancakes. I'm just trying to get my stomach to stop from growling right now while I'm on the live with y'all. Okay, so look, I hadn't brought up my whole Ancestry DNA thing and didn't even show y'all because we got distracted. I have a feeling I'm gonna cringe at this live when I rewatch it. Ooh. You said, French toast crunch. You guys, I love French toast. I love French toast. I'm not talking about like anything else. Just French toast. Like, I love to make French toast. I love French toast. That's something that I will randomly crave. And y'all, I'm so bougie. I take whipped cream and I'll put a little whipped cream at the top. With Ceylon cinnamon. Hear me out. I need y'all to look up Ceylon cinnamon. C-E-Y, I think it's L-O-N, cinnamon. Not cassia cinnamon. Pasta. I love pasta and sourdough bread. Same. Fried bologna on French toast. That sounds interesting. Okay. So you guys, my birth chart. Oh, damn. They didn't updated it again on Ancestry DNA. How many of you guys have Ancestry DNA? Let's go back to that conversation. How many of you guys have Ancestry DNA? They're always, Doritos are very bougie. Thank you for making me feel better about myself. Sweet cinnamon, not the spicy, milk. Add a bit of vanilla extract, sugar, preferably powdered sugar. Dunk the bread in it, pan it up. Okay. So I need you guys to put me up on game. Tell me if you know anything about these different tribes, okay? So it says that I'm 19% Nigerian, 6% Senegal, 4% Central West Africa, 4% Ivory Coast, Ghana, 3% Mali, 1% Benin, Togo, 1% Nigerian Woodlands. That's new. Now look, they didn't broke it up to West Africa and Celtic, Gaelic. So it says I'm 24% Central Scotland and Northern Ireland. Do you hear that shit? Not in a bad way. I'm not shading anybody, but do you hear that? Process the fact that my father is half white and half Puerto Rican. Thank you, Bob. Yes, it is what your heart is what matters. We're just having fun here with DNA. My dad is half white. So for me to have such a huge percentage, that's my mama. It's my mom. So then they break it down. I've never seen this. They have like Northeast Scotland, 1%, Southern Wales, 2%, Northern Wales and Northwest England, 3%, a place called Munster, Ireland, 3%. What a thing to say that I'm from Munster, Ireland. Wow. You guys have indigestion. I need a Sprite, but I don't drink soda. It's clicking to me. I have the munchies. Duh, idiot. I do some silly stuff, y'all. It just clicked to me. I smoked a little bit before this. I'm like, why all of a sudden is my stomach growling? Why am I hungry? Munchies. Remember I told you I haven't been smoking for a while? I haven't been drinking coffee. Well, I recently went back to all of it, and here we go. I'm like, why is my stomach making noises? Why am I craving food? I have the munchies. Me doing a live while I have the munchies. It makes sense. Okay. So then it says on Iberian Peninsula. This is Azores, 3%, Basque, 2%, Canary Islands, 1%. Can somebody tell me, I smoked weed earlier. Can somebody tell me Somebody said this lady is attractive, but she eats too much junk food. I promise this is not who I am, y'all. I hate that I'm doing this on live because it's such a random experience that you're gonna see me with Doritos. The party bag of all. I'm a healthy girl. Let me be. Let me have a guilty pleasure. Let me have a moment. Let me indulge. This is somebody. Somebody said this is exactly who you are. Don't pretend. This meeting was this was supposed to be a tarot reading, which we already did. And now I'm just kicking it and, you know, kicking shit with y'all. But people are on here like fat shaming me. Damn. They're like, you're not spiritual, you're eating Doritos. Fuck out of here. She really is not in tune. She doesn't fast and she's eating Doritos. She's not in tune. She's eating Doritos. I feel like I'm in a Doritos commercial right now. Okay. So it says, okay, no, back to my question, you guys. Does anyone know what Iberian Peninsula is? I need to do research on this because I'm like, what is that? What is that? Can someone tell me? Where's ChatGPT? Well, I need to ask ChatGPT. Sorry, guys, I have like 2 phones, and I was looking for my second phone, but it's like, duh, dummy, you're filming with it. Spain, Portugal. Thank you. So maybe that's why I want to go to Spain so much. I don't even like eating in front of people. It says a lot about me right now. I'm breaking all rules. I'm not going to like this live. I might actually go back and delete this live. Well, you know what, Upside? You are like low-key being kind of mean. Why are you being mean? Why are you being a meanie? Okay, let's go back into the chart. It says I'm only 6% Puerto Rican. Do you guys think that's a fair amount? I know he's right, but damn. Lie to me. Moonstone, baby. Moonstone. Would I rather unlimited bacon but no more video games, or games, unlimited games? Games because I don't eat bacon. I don't eat pork. We briefly looked at maps. Okay, briefly. If you ask me to read a map now, it would be tricky. Look, I'm not gonna lie. I grew up, listen, I was raised in a Christian school, predominantly Black Christian school, that did their best to supply us with the books and things that we had. But it's not like I went to some prep school. It's not like I'm a middle class. It's not like I was privileged, you know, to go to the finest schools and whatnot. And you'll find that here in the States. You'll find that a lot of times we don't, you know, we don't have the best education. We don't have the best educational systems. Now, it's kind of fucked up for me to say that when I didn't go to a public school. Public schools have it worse. But then again, it just depends on where they're at and who's in charge at the time, because, you know, maybe they pushed a little harder knowing that there's a stereotype, you know, on public schools. I know I can learn whatever I want to learn now. Do I want to learn about the map? No, I fucking don't. I don't care about the map right now. Maybe later. I care more about how I can help my community. I care more about helping people who are close to me, local to me, in my neighborhood. That's what I care about right now. Maybe one day I'll learn about maps and whatnot, but I really don't care about that right now. I'm being real. Would you guys prefer for me to lie to you? Maybe if I were thinking about having a child, if I, you know, I'm not offended. I'm just being real. You know, I'm just shooting the shit with you. I'm being real with you. This is how I talk to my friends. But my thing is this. If I were planning to be a parent, if I was going to have a child, I would probably be like, okay, I need to learn how to read a fucking map. Because I want them to be able to read a map. And I want them to be more knowledgeable on things that I'm not knowledgeable, you know, that I don't have knowledge on or about. So I need to be a better parent, right? I'm not a parent though. And there's so many other things that I can learn. Like I need to learn how to speak Spanish. And see, Bob, that's why I backed up, because I felt guilty saying that the school I went to, we didn't learn much, because I know that in public schools, it's worse. But the type of Christian school that I went to and in the area that we were in, they did the best they could do for a predominantly Black Christian school. But keep in mind, it was small. It was a small school. Okay, let's get back into something else. So it says that I'm Jewish, 1% Jewish, 1% Acadia. I need to look up Acadia. 1% Northern Africa, North Africa, and then 1% Western Europe, the Netherlands. So you guys, technically, I'm a good amount of, let me see if they'll show me the map real quick. Damn, they've really updated this so much, you guys, it's crazy. Like, this is wild. Let me show you guys this. Okay, upside, remember when we were trying, like, you were like, hey, don't be offended and whatnot? And I was like, yeah, I'm not offended. This is how I talk to a friend. Now you're being a dick. Now you're being kind of a dick. Maybe it's just because I can't tell if you're joking with me or not, because you're speaking over text. But I notice that everything you say is quite judgmental. And this is where I'm going to say I think you might be a dick. So listen. You know, I'm a Scorpio. I'm feisty. And yes, I gave away my DNA because they already have my DNA. I'm beyond this physical vessel. I don't care about that. I'm not here for a long time, baby. Can you see this person? Like, how they go from trying to act like they're cool, but they're obviously not cool. Like, it's one thing to say that you don't mean any harm, but the comments, if you go back and look at all the upsides comments, it's a little questionable. A little questionable. Did you say lemon on Doritos? Like squeezing lemon juice on Doritos? Oh, I feel like my clarity is coming back. You guys notice? I'm catching shit. Here we go. I needed that. The munchies was kicking my ass. I'm back. You see the clarity is back? I was getting a little delulu. Oh, she's back now. Okay, I might have to try that one day. But like I said, once this bag is done, I've had my fix for it. That's the good thing about me. I don't get addicted to things. Like I can cut things off. My last little Dorito. Lolo. Mama. Mama. Come here, baby. Come here, honey. You want a Dorito? Come here, sweet, sweet. Here, I'm sorry. Here, Mama. Come here. Come closer. Come here, sweetheart. You want to say hi? Do you want to be seen on camera? No? Come here, baby doll. Come eat my wolf. Come here. Come here. You guys, read Upside's comment real quick. I think Upside wants some love. Here, baby. Hi, baby. Hi, honey. I love you. Yes, it's a tarot card channel. I'm about to get back into a tarot reading. You said don't smoke indica? Why not? What did Damon ask? Yeah, that I just answered Damon's message. What? What y'all talking about? I was feeding Harlow, and I'm like, what happened? Let me go back. You're expecting random people like me to be nice. That's an unreasonable expectation. You know, when I read that, why did I see what's his name's face in the Harry Potter? You know, God bless his soul. He passed away. Is it Professor? You know, he was over the Slytherin. That's what it made me think of. Like it was very, what is the word? Halty? Harlow, she's growing and now she's drinking water. Snape, Professor Snape. Thank you. When I read Upside's comment, I heard it in like Professor Snape voice. It seemed kind of haughty. It was like, why should I be nice? You can't expect random people to be nice. Consider it as a spiritual test. Sir, get off your high horse. You know, I have some friends that can't smoke like hybrid. It's like they'll get a mixed reaction to hybrid. I knew one girl, she doesn't smoke at all because it messes her up either way. She can't smoke anything. For me, it just depends on, the brand. It depends on, hold on, you guys. Okay. It just depends, like, on the brands. It depends on how much I've smoked. If it's an edible, edibles really do me in. They do me in. Brandy, I'm sorry that you got me, like, coming off the, got a little bit of the munchies. I was a little Delulu girl. But no, charge your phone, and I won't go live again for a while, you guys. I'm gonna be honest with you. It's not my steez. I don't really care for lives that much. I wish we could do a private live. I'm gonna be honest with you, because you just have a lot of weird people that come in, no shade. And I want it to be like the people who are already following me. So it just gets a little weird. But I need to figure that out. Anybody who follows me on here, if you like my lives, go onto my Instagram. Like, follow me on my business Instagram, and maybe I'll go live on my Instagram. I like that a little bit more. It's more private. I can focus better. And I know I have like my select people in there, where here on YouTube, I've had racists on here. I've had people who want attention. I've had people who sexually harass me on here. I've had all types of things happen on YouTube, you know? So you guys, if you want to like be a part of my lives and you follow me, maybe check me out on Instagram. But I don't see myself doing YouTube lives much anymore because I'm just over it. It's weird. So there's that. But I felt called to come on here and do a love reading. Well, it ended up being a love reading, to do a reading. And it ended up being a love reading. It was going to be a collective reading, but a part of me kind of felt maybe love, because the last pick a card reading I did was a love reading. So I should have seen that coming. But yeah, I don't plan on doing this often because it kind of like you have to sit here and be here. When I'm filming my pick a card readings, I can stop the video, I can go recharge, reset, and then come back to it. You get what I'm saying? Plus I get distracted here. I end up like talking to people, and you know, I don't know about you guys, but if I'm watching a pick a card reading, I don't want to hear people having random conversations. That's just me. So I can imagine how people may feel when they you know, watch the lives. Plus you hear me like being feisty, and I feel bad when some of my people hear me being feisty because you know, like you're watching a peaceful pick a card reading and then all of a sudden she's like, fuck off, you know? Or I'm like, dickhead, you know what I mean? Like, and it's true because some of the people I get in these messages, like in the comments, are crazy. But I just feel bad, you know what I mean? Sometimes, like, damn, T, couldn't you have just been peaceful? And I'm like, then be fake? You know what I mean? So that's the way I feel. So I won't be going live a lot, y'all. Now, on the podcast side of things, I may end up going live more. If I try to do that. Jay Goo highly inspired me to do it, so I might actually do it. So, that's what I might do, you know? I might just go over there and talk randomly. You'll get your pick a card readings over here. You might get your zodiac sign readings. Do you guys like zodiac sign readings? Do you guys want me to go back to doing that? You guys remember those? Who remembers my zodiac sign readings? Mountain, thank you for saying that about the pick a card readings. Do you guys like collective readings? What do you guys like? Are you guys checking out the fact that I literally just needed those Doritos to get back to my awareness? I'm telling y'all, I need food. If I don't eat food, I start getting delulu. But anyways, back to what I was saying. I'm all over the place, y'all. I'm probably not gonna be going live. So anyways, I share with you guys my little ancestry DNA story as like a commercial break. Wasn't that fun? What did you say? You knew that, Tay? Y'all I still need to eat because my stomach's like, yeah, girl, you had a couple of Doritos. We need a full course meal. At 12:51, my body wants to eat, which is good because I've been trying to train myself to eat more food. I have to eat more. But I'm like, not now. I'm not supposed to be eating it at midnight. But anyways, I shared my little family story, ancestry DNA story, shared with you guys some spiritual shit. Went around the world and let's do a reading real quick. How your parent acted when you told them you were gifted. Babe, I didn't have to tell my parent I was gifted. Your parents know. Bella. Jaku, you know it's crazy. I used to eat fish for a short while when I was a kid. Then for some reason I gave it up. I hated it. Then around like my mid-20s, I picked it back up again. And I think it's starting to go away again because each time I get ready to eat salmon, I get nauseous. Like it's like the smell irritates me. The sight of it irritates me, and that could be hormonal. So I just can't do it right now, and I wish I could because I was that girl for a little bit. I was eating salmon, but I wish that would be easy. Good night, Ryan. It was nice to meet you. But Bella, like my mom knew. My dad knew. You know what I mean? Like it's not something you have to really come out of the closet with your parents. Like they know what's up. You know what I mean? Are any of you guys like gifted? Are any of you, well, I think we're all gifted. But are any of you guys like, you have tarot channels or do you do readings or anything like that? What do you guys do? You hate seafood. You cook at a seafood restaurant. I would imagine that might get a little like burnt out, you know? Krillin, you rap. Okay. You guys are all gifted. I believe it. That's why I feel like we're all gifted in this world. You know what I mean? I feel like it's just I think it's a collective consciousness of energy that we all just need to tap into. I don't know. I just have a hard time believing that one person in the world, like not one person, that like there's only so many people in the world that have a special ability. I don't know. Like I just feel like I feel like we all have different abilities and gifts to tap into. You know? What do you guys think? What are your opinions on these things? Because I have a hard time thinking that, like, you know what I mean? Am I wrong to feel that way? I mean, there's always been like a medicine man or a medicine woman within tribes. Maybe that one person who's able to have like, prophetic dreams or visions, but I don't know. Mm-mm-mm. Okay, upside, I respect that. Someone says, I've been told that I'm crazier or delusional. You know? People say that sometimes. You know what I mean? Like, if they don't understand things, especially like people who are in religion, I can see that. I've seen those conversations online between like the spiritual community and a religious community when they share things, let's see. Showing occasional. Got you. Do any of you have people in your bloodline that you feel are gifted? Like grandparents, aunts, uncles, cousins? Somebody said delusional is a 9 to 5 and call it life. I don't even know what to say. Like, I'm not judging that. Yeah. It's a sad world we live in sometimes. We're all just trying to get by. My stomach is still growling. Do you hear it? That's why I don't. It makes me sad when I think about it. Like we're all still stuck in a program, like a slave, like a slave system. It's just that's all we do. We work. We work to get a little change to pay for our necessities, and then we work again. My dad's side of the family is gifted with the ability to love a place called Orchid Park and the home wonderful family called Bill of Mafia. I don't know what that means, babe. Who else was saying, so did your grandmother? Okay, what did you say? Meadowhead, you said that you have a gift and then your grandmother and your mother has a gift? Interesting. That's crazy that you just said that, Francis Lay, because I was actually going to ask something similar to that. That's weird that you said that. I'm just reading the comments, you guys. Bella. Bella. Bella, are you my girl, Bella? Are you my girl, Bella? Like my girl who emails me? Or is this a different Bella? Okay, Bella. Were you here when I said like my mom just knew? She just knew. Like she knew. That's my girl. I had to make sure because like I had to make sure. I was like, wait, this is my Bella, right? Yeah. But no, my mom just knew, babe. Like, if you, I don't know, how many of you in here are parents? How many of you in here are parents? I want to know. When you have a child, I would imagine you know your child like the back of your hand. Right? I think my mother knew because I would say random things that they didn't tell me. You get what I'm saying? Like I knew, I think she knew, like, because my aunt was gifted. So I think she clicked on to the fact, like, okay, there's no way this child should have known this. There's no way that she could have this information. She's a child. How does she know these different things? So that's why I'm like, you know, when I would imagine if you're a mother, you know your child and you know, like, okay, they're saying this. We didn't tell them this. She's saying she saw that, but how would she know that she wasn't alive then? So I think my mom just kind of knew, like, okay, in comparison to some of the, people in our bloodline and our family, like, this one's gifted. I think she knows. I think she's up to something, you know? I couldn't hide it from my mom and I were so close. I couldn't hide it from my mom. I was very open about it with her. Now, my family, like, other family members, no. Like, I wasn't that open with it because of my upbringing. You guys, like, I want to apologize about this live. I feel like it's been all over the place. And I don't like that. But, we get on here, we do the best we can in the energy that we're in. I'm type A, you guys. So, with me being type A, I had this idea set in mind that I was going to come on here. I was going to do this collective reading, which I kind of could be a love reading, and it ended up being a love reading. I was going to chit chat with my peeps a little bit, and then I was going to get off. And here we are talking about random things. And I want to apologize to Upside. I feel bad for calling you a dick. You're not a dick. You're just, I don't know. I think you like to push the line a little bit. I kind of like that. So I do apologize, don't like. I used to sleepwalk back when I was single digit and they would find me outside. That's interesting. Will I do a spooky reading soon? I've been thinking about it. Do you remember my last year's like lineup of Halloween readings? What type of spooky readings would you guys want to see? See, I told y'all I just needed food in my system to come back to myself. What kind of readings would you guys like to see? How do you know if you're in love? I've never been in love, so I can't tell you. I'm not gonna lie. I've never been in love. I have love for people, but I've never been in love. So Porter, I can't help you with that, babe. I'm just a messenger. But I wish you the best in your love journey. I love myself. Am I pregnant? That's a good question. Nope. I'm just bloated because of hormones. Which, you guys, if any of my ladies are still on here, I was thinking about, I had this old blog that was called, someone says, now you never know love. That's sad. I pray you find it. Y'all, I'm content with not knowing love in that way. I actually am. I love my dog. Okay, but I'm talking about the romantic sense. When he said, how do you know if you're in love? I took that as like romantic. I've never been in love. I love people. I have love for people around me. I love my dogs. I love my family. but I'm not in love. Like I took his question as romantic. He can correct me if it wasn't romantic. What was I about to say? Am I okay? So no. If any of my ladies are in here, I had an old blog. I had an old blog where it was like more like lifestyle, and I was thinking about talking about women's hormones and whatnot. I was even thinking about doing that on the podcast one because like my hormones have been fluctuating and changing due to some health issues. And I recently gained some weight. So, and I had surgery. So I'm still kind of like healing and coming back to normal, but I haven't been able to work out. So, kind of gained some weight as well as hormones. So, I was going to talk about that with the ladies because I know like a lot of us go through a lot of hormonal changes and shifts that we don't talk about a lot, you know? And often for women of color, we're often told, oh, why don't you just get on this birth control pill? Or why don't you just get an IUD or, to regulate this? Or, you're told so much stuff and it's just like, that can't be it. Like that can't be the band-aid, like for this. I even had people say, you should just have a baby. That'll regulate your hormones. I'm like, what the fuck? Have a child to regulate the hormones? Wild. So it's crazy that you asked if I was pregnant. No. That's been coming up a lot though. People have been asking me if I want a kid, and I'm like, I don't think so. I think my dogs are enough. I think I'll be the dog lady because that'll mess with your hormones even more so. You know? Ladies, let me know if you're in here, if you what you guys think. Have you guys gone through stuff like that? Have you heard things like that? JG Visno. I think in love is purely a chemical reaction that fades. You can love your partner, but it is more of a conscious effort. I respect that, JJ Visno. Can I be one of your ladies, but I'm a man? Okay. Someone said thyroids. You look great the way you are. Appreciate that, Porter. Somebody said, "Let me have your kid, shawty." If men could have like seahorses, if men could have kids, I'll probably have a couple. If a man was gonna carry him and have him, I might have two kids. It's a lot that women's bodies go through, you know? No, not emotions. I'm talking about your hormones. So just hear me out. It's crazy. I've been going through a lot health-wise, and I've had 3 women say this to me. Women who are like in their late 30s and up say, could just have a kid. Kids, when you have a child, it kind of shifts your hormones a bit. And I was like, but you're going to go through even more hormonal changes once you have a child. That's crazy to me. Like, that's a huge investment just to regulate your hormones. So I'm just like, yeah, no, I'm not interested in that. It was a pleasure, Tay chat. Bye, Bob. So it was nice to meet you. That's crazy. But I noticed one lady, she was like, it did help her. It helped her major. Like, her hormones kind of like calmed down. And I was like, so you mean to tell me my body's literally kicking my butt because it wants a child? Is that what you're trying to say? Like, it's deep. Because for women, we go into the whole, okay, our hormones are changing. It could be a lot of things, PCOS, endometriosis, thyroid issues, all types of things, fibroids. But to have kids just to balance out hormones is crazy to me. I just can't imagine doing that. But I know there are women who probably have done things, But I don't know. Like I said, my health is still in the unknown right now. Like there's still some things that we're trying to figure out. I had surgery. I'm just happy that I don't have cancer because they were testing me to see if I had cancer. And that runs in my family, so I'm just blessed to know that that's not the case. I did have a fibroid. I did have a cyst. But when the question starts coming up about cancer, you stop caring about fibroids and cysts. You're just like, make sure I don't have the C word. So the fact that that's not an issue, I'm just thankful that that's not the problem. Overall, for women, you know, when we get older, our hormones change. And the type of changes I've been going through is kind of like when a girl first starts her period and how her world is just kind of flipped upside down. That's what I've been going through, you guys. Like, just a huge shift in my body, my just everything. You know what I mean? So just womanhood is nothing to play with. It's just really no joke. Like, your body just plays a lot of interesting little, I don't want to say tricks, but games. You know what I mean? It's just, it's crazy. If I was you, I would drink beetroot time. You know what? I just started drinking beet juice because my cousin was like, Taylor, you guys, okay, I'm gonna be transparent with you guys. Right, you have a whole child. It doesn't make sense, right, Athena? Exactly. I'm gonna be completely blunt with you guys. Who is this? Rio, aka Mo. Happy early birthday, November 1st. Hope you eat good. You know I will eat good. You know that's the one thing your girl is gonna do. She gonna eat. I just don't know where I want to eat. If you guys have any suggestions, if you know the LA area, drop them down below. But anyways, back to what I was saying. I have not done shrooms. Oh, can I say that? I'm curious, but I have not. Not you saying a Red Lobster, boy, bye. Red Lobster. I haven't been to Red Lobster since I was a little girl. But anyways, back to what I was saying. With what Athena said, like having a child to balance out hormones is crazy. But no, I was fainting, you guys. I was fainting. I was losing a lot of blood. I was getting weak. I was losing my hair. My nails became brittle. I couldn't remember certain things. I had mental fog. I'm still coming down from coming out of the mental fog. It's like I was going through. It felt like something was kicking my ass. Like, I don't even know how to explain it. Like, I was like, why do I feel like I'm dying? Why are my cycles wiping me out? And when I had several doctor's appointments already lined up. When I went to see my, hear me out, the sports medicine doctor, because I was running then. I missed running. I haven't ran in weeks. I went to see the sports medicine doctor because I had some injuries from running. I had just did like my first half marathon. And I was on my period the same day and it wiped me the fuck out. When I mean it wiped me out, I was on bed, like almost like bed rest. 111 as I say this. I was almost on bed rest for like 2 to 3 days. Okay, I am on omegas. I even take prenatal vitamins so that I can get even more like minerals. But anyways, thank you, Athena. I appreciate that. What was I saying? See? So basically I was running a half marathon. I was on my cycle. I ended up like damn near bedridden 2-3 days, losing all the blood, fainted in the bathroom. It was bad, you guys. It was bad. I was like, what is happening to me? Like, I'm missing work. Like, I'm not able to do my readings. Like, I had this whole time frame where I was out. And none of the doctors could tell me what was going on. But I had the sports medicine appointment. And he was going to just like check like some of my injuries to see what was going on there. But when I told him, I said, sorry, I'm forgetful right now because I have a lot of appointments. He was like, oh, what's going on? I said, it's probably the wrong like department to mention all this, but this is what I'm going through. And he said, no, I needed to hear that because I think you have REDS. I've shared this with you guys in a video. REDS is relative energy deficiency syndrome. So basically it's like, for example, say you have a planned diet, right? That you go by before you're active. That's cool. It gets you by then. But when you start amping up your workouts, when you start amping up your workout regimen, hold on, you guys. When you start amping up your workout regimen, it's not efficient anymore because you're burning more, you know? So I wasn't eating enough apparently, which is crazy because y'all know I like to eat. I wasn't eating enough for that regimen. So for us to run to a half marathon, which first of all, the way we were running was not proper. So we just kept going up and up and up on the miles. What I didn't know is that you have to give your body breaks in between then. Like you don't keep amping it up. But I didn't know that because I'm new to running. So my body was going through so much stress, changes, just being so active, but yet still fueling myself the way I was before I was active. I needed to be eating more. I needed more protein. I needed more healthy fats. I needed so much more. So during this whole time frame, I've been kind of like wearing my body down little by little. And I didn't know it until my body just straight up gave out after that first half marathon. So at first I was like, this has to be my cycle. This has to be my period. But then I found out it's a little bit more than that, you know? So I'm learning that apparently that's something that some athletes go through. You get what I'm saying? Does that make sense? When you become an athlete, you have to eat according to your physical activity. If you're sitting on the couch all day long and you just go for walks, maybe that three meals a day can help you. Maybe that's fine. But if you are running multiple times a week and you keep amping up your mileage and I'm a yoga instructor and your diet doesn't change, you don't add on more, you're going to be wiped out because your body is doing more than what it's fueled to do. Does that make sense? Okay, JJ Visno says, I'm not a lady, but I'm a retired PT. Females who run marathons stress their bodies to a certain degree, can experience unusual cyclical events. It's a result of the body cannibalizing itself. Do y'all hear that? JJ, I appreciate you. See, this is why, okay, I was feeling some sort of way about this live, but now I know it was meant for me to talk about all of this because thank you so much. Thank you. Because it's hard when you feel like no one understands what's going on. It's nice to meet you, Porter. I appreciate you, sending you love and light. Like, you're supposed to burn more than you consume. That's what you say, OG. But no, listen, a lot of people don't know about RED-S. A lot of people, they don't, you know what I mean? They don't take the time to learn that, okay, women's bodies are much different than men's bodies. But it can be a lot of stress on the body to do that. And I didn't realize that. Here I am thinking, I'm healthy, I'm in the gym. You guys, I was in the gym. I was running with my husky. I was teaching yoga classes. I was doing the most. I was lifting weights. I thought, I'm getting my ish on, I was feeling like Rocky. I was like, yeah, like, we're doing it. I'm healthy. Thought I was eating enough. I was doing my smoothies, my juices, my vitamins. I was glowing. I thought I was doing the thing. I had cut out coffee, which I'm drinking right now. I wasn't even smoking that much. Like had my magnesium. I was doing so good. So when that half marathon wiped me out, along with my cycle, I said, what did I do wrong? What in the world? So turns out there's multiple things going on with me. Just running alone effed me up, but my cycle, they were like, well, you do have a fibroid, you do have a cyst, which I've always had heavy bleeding. My cycles run to 7, you guys, my cycles can run to 7-8 days. I'm talking about nausea, throwing up, fainting. I've fainted at home. I live alone. I fainted at home so many times and would just wake up and be like, I must have fainted again. And I'm like, dude, you can't keep on living life like this. I said, but whenever I go to the doctor, the first thing they want to say is, let's put you on birth control pills. And I just don't like the idea of having birth control pills in my body, I've done that before, and it doesn't feel good. And so, yes, it was my first half marathon, you guys. It was my first half marathon. So this whole time, they were like, well, we don't know what's going on with you. I think the doctor who I felt like for sure had it on point, I would say is my sports medicine doctor, ironically. I've had OBGYN doctors. I have my primary care doctors. I've seen a cardiologist because in the past, you guys might see this on some of my old videos. I had a heart monitor like a couple years ago, and it's because I've had some like hard times with like breathing and whatnot, and sometimes I'll get like heavy winded, and I'll have chest pain. So they were checking my heart a while back, and they wanted to do it again because I started having that same pain come up. And they're like, "Oh, well, your heart looks fine, so it must be anxiety." I'm like, "But I'm not anxious. Like, this doesn't make sense." So I think overall, I was just pushing my body. I did another heart monitor test. It's fine. The cardiologist, he did a check of my heart. He liked what he saw. Um, they want me to be seen again 2 months for my in another 2 months for my heart, just to make sure, because that runs in my family as well. So basically everything is like, we're gonna recheck it just to make sure we're not missing anything. So they're gonna check me again um, for my heart, and they're gonna do a full body scan. But what I will say is the women's body is complex. And if I'm telling you, it can be one thing that throws a woman's body off, and then it's like other buttons start getting alarmed, like other areas, and then you're like, wait, what's the issue? So I want you guys to imagine a checklist, right? A car's checklist. You know when the engine, not the engine light, you know when the light comes on, maintenance, like the maintenance light comes on? That's basically what my body was doing. It was like maintenance light, but it was like flashing heavy, and then my car slowed down. And then they're like, okay, well, why is the car slowing down? So they go through and they start checking different things. I had surgery. They cut off tissue. There was a lot of stuff going on. So it's like they were going through trying to figure out what's going on with this car. Like, what's happening with this car doesn't make sense. That's what's been going on with me. So we're just checking things off the list like that. And for me, if you tell me I don't have cancer, then I'm good to go. You tell me my heart is fine, I'm good to go. But the thing that has been questionable is, why is it that I don't have energy? You guys, when I try to run now, it's like I get out of breath, I get tired, I get weak. When I bend over, I get dizzy, I get weak. That time when I just leaned over to do this, I get a little dizzy. And they're like, that's not normal. It's not normal. So we're still trying to figure out what's going on with me, because my energy levels aren't the same, which is why you hear me talking like this, because I've had 2 or 3 cups of coffee just to get me through. But I'm eating better. That's the thing, you guys. Don't discount your sports medicine and PT, guys, if you're an athlete. Most doctors specialize in average bodies, which run from 1 to 100. It's like taking a Porsche to Ford mechanic. LOL. And you're correct, because I have to give him so much love. I felt like he was the only one that really, like, I just felt like he was correct. I was like, he knows. He knew right away. He was like, you need to talk to a dietitian, you need to talk to a nutritionist. But the bad thing is, when I spoke to the nutritionist, she was like, I've never heard of RIDS. She said, so to be honest with you, I had to do research before I got on the phone with you. And I was like, I like her honesty, but I need to know what I need to be eating. So she was like, it looks like you're already doing, what you should be doing, but you need to eat more. So I'm like, okay. So now I need to force my body to eat more, when obviously it's like I want to be in shape, I want to be toned. So I'm balancing wanting to be in shape and be toned, eating more, but needing to get my energy levels back. So we're still doing tests. Oh, it turns out that I was really low on vitamin D, which can mess up everything. And ironically, an ER doctor told me that, and one of the guys in the run club that I'm close to, he was like, Tay, I think you're deficient of vitamin D. He said, I highly feel that. And he was on point. And so I'm taking a very high level of vitamin D, which I've noticed is just slowly starting to help me. But yeah, that's why you guys haven't seen me on here for a minute, because I don't have the energy. I had to pause my readings. I had to do a lot because I was dealing with brain fog, and I had so much going on, you guys. I felt like a Lifetime movie. I felt like, y'all telling me everything in the book. One ER doctor put something in my chart that alarmed all the doctors. She's like, I think she has right atrial enlargement of her heart. And da 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 da. And when they saw that at my chart, they were like, need you to come to the emergency room now. Da, da, da. And I was like, what? To this moment, my OBGYN, even though they said my heart is fine, she was like, no, you need to come into the emergency room. Anything you deal with, just come into the emergency room. I'm like, I hate the emergency room. But that's how scary, that's how tricky my health has been, where they're like, we don't know what's going on, even though they're saying that you don't have this. We're not sure, And that's so confusing because it's like, all right, can you guys all be in one accordance? Can each doctor from the different, departments be on one accordance? Can you guys work as a team and tell me what the hell is going on with my body? Because I go to this doctor, they're saying this. I go to this doctor, they're saying that. I go to this doctor, they're saying you need to have surgery. So I'm like, I don't know what's happening. I don't know what's going on. And then everybody is like wanting you to be put on like different, like, take this medication, it'll help for this, do this. And I'm like, no. So I have to tell them, like, I believe in, healing the body naturally. I'm not trying to put a bunch of man made ish into my body, and they back off. But I'm like, questionable. It's actually made me wonder, like, what all do they know? Like, because it just doesn't. Anyways, my OBGYN, she's dope. I love her. I know she's doing her best. My sports medicine doctor, love him. He's phenomenal. And he actually runs as well. So that's really cool. He put me up on game. And then my primary care doctor, she's cool. And like I said, we're still running tests. Like, we're still trying to figure out what the hell is going on with me. But I'm just happy to have a little bit of energy. So yes, I'm drinking coffee. Yes, it's not healthy. No, I shouldn't be drinking it because they already questioned my heart. But I needed to help me do the things I need to do, you know? So, y'all, it's a long story. It's even longer than what I just made it, but I have some more tests I'm doing to see what's going on. But this is the most energy I've had in a minute. So that's why I was like, let me come on here. The more advanced medicine gets, the harder it is to get a definitive diagnosis. Once referred to a specialist, there is no communication between the two or multiple doctors. It's insane. That part, JJ, that has literally been my issue because it's like, why is it that you guys are not communicating? Like, what I do love about my OBGYN doctor is that she started to go out of her way to be like, okay, look, I want you to go back and see him. Go back and see the sports medicine doctor. I know your primary care doctor. She's good. She says she wants to run this test. But at first it was hell. I was like, well, what is this then? Like, this person's saying this, and then they want you to go to the emergency room. So now you're getting diagnosis from doctors who've only seen you for a couple hours, and they're like, oh yeah, your heart has an issue. You need to go see a cardiologist. Thank you, JJ. If you're an outdoor person, you may even want to get a Lyme test if you haven't. Thank you. I haven't thought about that, so I appreciate that. Okay, Ice says, I feel the same way. They ran a bunch of tests on me too. Jacob, okay, Tay, it's 4:25 a.m. NYC. Good night. We'll email each other. Yeah, email me, hun. Blessings to you, babe. Yeah, so it's deep, you guys. Like, it's deep. I felt like an experiment too. Like, do you know how many times they've ran blood? Do you know how many times I've had different health concerns? And they're like, go to ER, and they're like, we're gonna run more tests. And I'm like, can we run all the tests now so I don't have to keep going back and forth? Okay, so Athena, with what you just said, so deep, babe. A lot of our health issues do stem from trauma or emotions trapped. Some genetics pass to us, some is from our own life. Healing it is hard, but can be done. I've been working on womb healing. So with that being said, I respect that, Athena. I really do respect that because I know my mom may have had some things that she went through, maybe even my grandmother. That's all passed down in the bloodline. So I've been working on that as well, just to make sure that I'm handling that side of things. So I actually brought that up to my therapist, and he's like, yeah, we need to talk more about that. So I'm like, I know that's something I need to focus a little bit more on, is womb healing, because that could have a lot to do with my heavy cycles, more on the spiritual note, side of things. But the more 3D side of things with operating the body, I just couldn't believe that running triggered all of this. Like, even my physical therapist, he was like, you don't know, like, the pressure and how much strain your body is going through when you're running half marathons and when you run marathons. he talked about how when the good thing is that I have a physical therapist who's ran a marathon before, and my sports medicine doctor. I told you guys he ran, right? My my physical therapist, he was like, I think he ran. I think he told me he had prepared to run, like he trained to run it, but he ended up walking because it was so intense, the full marathon. And he said he was wiped out. But in comparison, his brother, who didn't train for it, he was good to go. He was fine. And I said, I think it just depends on people's bodies, you know? That's what I'm guessing. Let me go back up because I think someone said something I missed. Athena says, eventually your tears won't hurt as much as they do today. It does get easier. JJ says, don't feel alone, guys. I retired with health issues. It was torturous dealing with doctors. If I hadn't had a medical background, I would have just thought I was crazy. Oh God. JJ, I just want to say thank you for being here. I just want to send you love. Now I know why I'm here. I'm telling you, I think everything is divinely aligned. Because I was thinking, I said, I'm losing my mind. I told my OBGYN, I said, put me in a white coat then. Like, just I said, because I know something's not right with my body, because who knows your body better than you, right? I said, I'm in my body and I know something not right. Something's off and I can't put my finger on what it is. And you guys are doing all these tests on me. You say one thing, then you say the other thing. Now I'm stressed out. I wasn't stressed out before, but now you're making me anxious because whenever you bring up heart issues and cancer, of course I'm getting nervous. But I said, I know my body, and now you guys are doing testing. You're saying that everything's fine here. Things are fine here. That's making me think, what's going on up here in my brain? Where my body is like slowing down. And no lie, my doctor said, she says, you're not crazy. She said, it's just, we're trying to figure out what's going on. And that process can take some time. I was like, I can't. I can't. I need an answer. I need an answer now. So it's the process of learning, checking things off, taking care of myself in the best way I can. Like I said, I'm guilty. I'm drinking coffee right now so I can get through readings, so I can, do the things that I need to do. I smoked a little bit of weed earlier because I got anxious from drinking the damn coffee. So it's not good. It's not right. I had a little bit of Doritos today. Why? Because look, my stomach's growling. I'm hungry right now. I drank coffee. I smoked weed. I ate Doritos because I haven't been able to do these things. So I'm binging. I went on a little binge today and it wasn't right. My stomach is still growling. I shouldn't be eating at 1:30 a.m. And that's it. I'm being a little bit crazy. I'm being wrong. But I used to be a coffee girl, okay? But once I started having some chest heart palpitations when I kind of slowed down with the coffee. I haven't had coffee in months. With me being tired and drained and not being able to get things done, I said, let's have some coffee. Drank a little bit too much, had a little puff of weed because I miss smoking. They told me I couldn't smoke. And I was like, I just want a little bit because I'm starting to get a little anxious and I just want to feel that calmness. I need to finish doing what I need to do. And I did a little bit and it brought me it leveled me out to the point where I needed to be at. Then on my live, I was like, I'm craving something. My stomach's growling. I need to eat a little something. I was like, let me have a chip. I even had a cookie before. I'm like totally binging right now, almost as if I'm on my period. And I'm like, okay, well, we can do this today, but we're not doing this tomorrow. You guys, I'm type A. I'm very hard on myself. So I'm like, it is what it is. I'm being bad today. And then tomorrow I won't be doing any of this. So there's that. But my stomach's still growling even though I ate 4 times today. So I'm like, I don't know what's going on. I don't know why I'm hungry again. I don't know, but it is what it is. I'm still learning my body. Like I said, I feel like it's changed. And I think even with me eating those Doritos and eating the cookie is like my hormones, because it's like I'm craving things the way I would crave things when I'm on my period. And that's all I got to say. The women out there know. When you're on your cycle, or even if you're pregnant, you crave random things. You want random things. My coworker had Doritos, and I wanted them. And I was just like, okay, I haven't had this in years. Now I'm eating it. It is what it is. I'll be back to eating healthy tomorrow. But JJ, I appreciate that. I appreciate that a lot. I needed to hear that. And maybe somebody else needed to hear that. I was going to delete this live, but I'll keep it because I feel like maybe someone else needed to hear that. It's just hard. It's hard to not know what's going on with the body. You know what I mean? Well, yeah, it is tomorrow. Thank you, Dustin. So in a couple hours, once my body resets, you know? But that's that. I'm being honest. I'm human. I'm not perfect here. I'm far from perfect. The ring is labradorite, hun. Athena says, I used to have ADHD meds for diagnosed ADHD. I crave one every month, the day night before my starts. It's wild. Girl, like I've heard of ladies talking about different cravings they have. It's crazy. Like, I understand now. I understand. JJ, if you ever want a free reading, hit me up. JJ, I'm not even, JJ, I'm not playing with you, JJ. So when I had anesthesia for my surgery, hear me out. You are on point. Have you guys heard of service networks? What is service networks? The heck? There's some sort of message. You guys see that message where it says service networks warning in live now or your account will be temporarily banned within 10 minutes for violating community guidelines? What is that? Do you guys see that message? Is it fake? But anyways, no, JJ, the reason why I'm saying this to you, hun, because when I was under anesthesia, they had a hard time getting me out of the anesthesia. Okay? They had a hard time getting me out of anesthesia, JJ. So, okay, thank you, Austin. So it's wrong, it's fake. Okay. Anyways, let me go back to what I'm saying. JJ. So you guys, is that a real message? Is that a real message that they send? Does anyone else see that on YouTube Lives? I've never seen that message, or is that somebody just spamming? Anyways, you guys. So, JJ, when they initially thought something was wrong with my heart, it's not fake. Damn. Do I need to end the live? I'm not ending live. They'll have to end it. So anyways, when they initially thought something was wrong with my heart, they were questioning if I should have surgery. They decided that they wanted to do surgery anyway because they didn't feel like it was a major procedure. It was a hysterectomy. It's a hysterectomy or something like that. And not a hysterectomy. Okay, so basically they went in, cut some tissue. They wanted to make sure it wasn't cancerous. They wanted to see what was going on inside, okay? They had a hard time getting me out of the anesthesia. They said I would come to briefly and go right back in, to the point where they were so scared that they had to give me another medication to get me out of the anesthesia. At this time, my cousin's worried because she's there, she's waiting to pick me up, and they told her to come initially, but then they were like saying, oh, well, we had to get her medication, and my cousin's like, what the heck is going on? But they can't tell her anything because of HIPAA law, right? So basically, they had the hardest time getting me out of the medication. Then by the time they gave me the other medication, y'all, I was, it's like it woke me up, and then I was like alert. Like this, the way I am right now with this coffee, I was like this, just getting things done. You'll see me, like for those of you who are friends with me on my other account, you'll see I was taking pictures with people. I was like, hey, the day I had surgery, it was the craziest thing. I was like out and about. And then I tell you guys, that lasted for 2 days. After that, crash. It's like that medicine wore off. I had bloating of my stomach. It hurt for the seatbelt to touch my stomach. It hurt for anything to touch me. It was weird. Like my body just started reacting kind of strange. I said, I feel like I'm on my cycle. They told me I could have some bleeding. Like I went through all these weird experiences to the point where when I spoke to my OBGYN, I was like, is this normal to be happening after this? They were like, we don't know. We don't know if you have an infection. Maybe you need to go into emergency room. It could just be the side effects of the anesthesia. Went into emergency room. They were like, yeah, we think it's the side effects of the anesthesia. We think it threw off your GI. We think it threw off a lot of things with you. They said because you were nauseous. You guys, I threw up in the ER while they were doing a scan. Like it was horrific. And I was like, what the heck? If they told me that I would deal with all this crap, because of the anesthesia is wild. And the fact that I almost didn't come out of the anesthesia, the fact that you guys had a hard time getting me alert is scary. So, yeah, JJ, when you said that, I was like, that. And the ER doctor that I saw that day, she was like, yeah, it could play, it can play out different for different people. Like your body's more sensitive to this. And I thought to myself, I don't need to be under anesthesia ever again. But furthermore, I knew, hey, I really am supposed to be here right now in this life. Like if it was my time, I would have been taken. You know what I mean? But it was really scary. And I feel like my body still isn't normal. It's not the same. It's not the same. Like the bloating, y'all, I'm not used to this bloating. I told my cousin, I said, I feel like I'm pregnant. I feel like I'm going through something. And I'm like, I already was going through things and now I have the anesthesia shit. So JJ, I appreciate you because you're just making me feel like, you're making me feel like obviously there are other people who go through this, like I was feeling some type of way. I was feeling like, let me just retreat from the world and figure out what the fuck is going on with myself. Things affect people differently. So you have to really watch out for anything you do. You guys, it's trippy the way it's messed with my body. It's really trippy. It just feels like that was added on top of the things I was already dealing with. So it was like a double whammy. So I'm just like, I don't want to talk to people right now. I don't want to see nobody. I'm tired of going to the doctor's office. I'm tired of going to the ER. I'm tired. So I've literally been in hermit mode, just trying to heal and process things. Going through just different changes. It's just like, ugh. So like I said, I'm just getting to the point where I feel like I'm somewhat getting back to myself. Like if some of you guys look at my not my old pick a card readings, but some of my other pick a card readings that I've done recently, you can hear the mental fog. Like I've had moments where I'm like, I forgot what I was saying. I don't know what I was saying. That part, anesthesia is no joke. People are way too casual with elective procedures. Y'all, had I know I would have had an experience like the one I had, I would have never gone through it. I'd have like, if it's my time, it's my time. I'm not going through this. I'm not going through this. I don't recommend it. Nope. But it is what it is. You live and you learn. My body is still healing. But then they told me, like, the ER doctor I saw, she said, Miss Jimenez, she said, I want you to process that you just had a procedure where they literally went inside of you and they cut tissue around, uterus. They cut tissue from you. And I was like, yeah. She said, that's invasive. Your body is going to take time to heal. She said, so yes, you're going to have bloating and that could take a while. And yes, you're going to have pain, and yes, it threw off things in your body. Basically, I needed to give myself grace, which is basically what my therapist said. And I'm like, I got to make money. I'm like, I got to get to work. I don't have time to be foggy minded, tired and pain and bloating and drained and all this. I have work to do and money to make. What did you say? Do you have mutations in, sorry, you guys, I think I have hair here. Do you have mutations in the MTHFR genes, mother-father genes? There are 2 of them. You don't have to answer the question, but maybe look it up sometime. I didn't know to think about that or to ask about that, so thank you for bringing that up. See, I'm learning. I'm learning something new every day, and I appreciate that, you guys. I did find out my blood type. I think I'm A positive. I didn't even know my blood type, you guys. So I'm like, okay, at least I know my blood type. You know, some people feel like you should eat according to your blood type. How many of you guys believe that's real or true? Do you believe it's true that you should eat according to your blood type? Side note, I want to say something on my live just in case some of you guys like watch this for watch the whole live. I want to apologize if I sound like a mean or like a B. Here's why. In some of my past lives, I've dealt with a lot of like bad experiences, which you guys have seen. And so when people comment, I don't always know if I'm talking to someone who's genuinely curious, someone who's being kind or respectful, because I've dealt with a lot of mean people. I've dealt with racists. I've dealt with a lot of creeps here. So I just want to apologize if you guys rewatch the video and you're like, why is Taylor being so mean? It's because I've dealt with so many rude people in here and I just kind of become defensive, you know, like kind of like, you know, put up a little guard a bit because I don't know what I'm dealing with. And you have people who actually come on here and they're rude. So I just want to give that apologies to you guys. I'm not all love and light. I don't claim to be all love and light. I like to share love and light. But honey, I'm also shadow. There's a balance of the dark goddess and the light goddess. But I want to give love, okay? Now, let me go back to reading what you guys said. JJ said they also blown air into the uterus. Yeah. I don't know about that procedure, but colonoscopies, well, colonoscopies involve using air. The scopes do have an air tool. My cousin said something like that. I'm not sure if they did that or not, but I swear, you guys, like, your girl was in the gym before this. Like, my stomach was getting on flat. So I'm like, I don't know what's going on. Blood type diet is a thing, but it can be altered as we are all unique. Plus, hormonal changes for women can make it complicated. Okay. I need protein, but I can't have too much red meat or it makes me tired if I have too much. Okay. Okay, I feel you. See, stomach is still like talking. And I'm like, this doesn't make sense. I've read about blood type diets. It seems possible. I think for the most part, if you eliminate the Cap'n Crunch and other crap from your body, will tell you what it needs. Yeah. I'm gonna tell you guys what I usually eat. So in the morning, it's like I'll usually have like eggs. I usually have either scrambled eggs or eggs over easy with like 2 pieces of turkey bacon, and I'll have like a side of sourdough bread with some cottage cheese to add in more protein. Don't like cottage cheese, but it helps with adding in more protein. And I'll do that for breakfast. Sometimes I'll do a smoothie either before or after. It just depends on like my mood or what I have planned for the day. And then like for lunch, I'll do like a sandwich or I'll do salad. Sometimes I'll save the smoothie for lunchtime. It just depends. And then usually like in between, I'll have like a little snack before I have dinner. It just depends on my work schedule. So that's usually what I do, right? But I'm aware that I need to add in another meal, like maybe more snacking or a 4th meal because of running. But I haven't been running lately. So that's where it gets a little tricky because I'm like, I'm not as active as I was because of my health. But there's that. But I feel like my metabolism is starting to pick up more because I started walking Harlow again. I've tried walking more to see where my energy levels are. And I think I'm starting to get back on track. But it's weird. Like I ate earlier and now my stomach is like, And I'm like, okay, that cookie was supposed to be my last snack. Then I needed the Doritos. But like I said, that could have been the munchies. But I don't know. I really don't know what's going on with my body. But that's why I equate it to when a woman is on her period. When she's on her period, she can be craving all types of stuff and eating a bunch of things. It is what it is. So ladies, if you rewatch this, comment down below if you guys want to do like a live where we talk about just hormones and stuff like that and eating and cycles and all that talk. Like, let me know. We'll do that on another platform. Or maybe I don't know, we'll figure it out. Because I feel like we need to have that conversation more as women. An open conversation where we can just be real about our hormones and what's going on with our bodies and how it changes. Girl talk, yes. Because your body changes when you're in your 30s. It changes. And then I have a cousin who she's 50. I have another cousin, like, I think she's like in her mid to late 40s. And she was like, girl, you think your body's changing now? Wait till you get here. You guys, they even thought, like the doctor even said I could be going. Yeah. So apparently some people can go through perimenopause early. I don't know if you guys knew that, but they can go through perimenopause and it basically your body just starts having the symptoms of it. You can still have a cycle, but yeah. I don't know if you guys knew that. The way I understand perimenopause is like premenopause, but I could be wrong. You know, I recently met a girl. She's like, I think she's 28 or 27. She's an athlete and she's already in perimenopause because she had really bad fibroids. And I was like, damn, like that's young. And for me, I've had hot flashes. I've dealt with like the hot flashes. I still deal with that sometimes, but I'm just like, for my body to be doing that, like it's really crazy. But apparently, as long as you have a cycle, you can still have a child. That's my understanding of it. You know what? I need to, where's my phone? Let me see something. Let's see what's going on. Can you explain perimenopause to me? Perimenopause is a natural transition phase before menopause. So, yeah, like premenopause. It's your body's gradual shift from your reproductive years to the end of them. That sounds kind of frightening. Think of it as the bridge between regular menstrual cycles and menopause. When your periods have fully stopped for 12 consecutive months, it can start anywhere from your late 30s to your mid 40s, sometimes earlier or later, and can last a few years to even 10 years. So this is from ChatGPT, but obviously we know that's not the complete, truth because there are women who are even in their late 20s who are going through perimenopause. Okay. What did you say? So you said, hold on, baby. You said, I have downloads of timelines. One timeline I don't find out until stake 4. Another one I do yearly checkups and we find it a few years time to remove it. Interesting. See? Yeah. Man, what women go through. I'm sorry. I'm just like processing. JJ says, I was a martial artist and weightlifter most of my life. I was a runner in my 20s. In my mid 20s, I would eat 10 to 20K calories to maintain weight. Now I eat 1,500, 1,800 to keep from gaining. Wow. See, but furthermore, JJ, My cousin has a friend who's in weightlifting. You know the importance of shifting your diet to align with the certain activity that you're doing. You know this, but not everyone knows it. And it sounds like it's like common sense, but it's not. It wasn't for me. I know it's not for a lot of people if you just feel like, well, I'm eating, right? And I wish I had knew better. I wish I had knew, what I know now, when I first started, because I don't feel like I would be this bad off. Athena says tomorrow is a doc appointment to look at stuff. I send you love, Athena. I pray everything goes well. I appreciate both of you, JJ, Athena. I appreciate you guys for your transparency, your honesty. Yeah, it's helpful to hear that other people have experienced similar things or at least know of these things, you know? Cause yeah. It's wild. JJ, when I was in my 20s, I was working out 6 weeks for 30 to 45. And my diet was 700 to 900 calories a day to maintain 150 pounds. Doc says some people just need a lot of calories. I was like, yeah. It's deep. It's deep. I really need to go down the rabbit hole with women's nutrition and health when it comes to running. I just feel like you live and you learn, and the best thing you can do is learn so that you can in return help someone else in the future. Because this ain't it. This ain't it, y'all. What did you say? Just don't need a lot of calories. What? Just don't need a lot of calories. Well, they're saying I need more protein for sure when I'm running. Apparently, the day before you run, you're supposed to like eat a lot of carbs. I've heard that some run clubs, they talk about like your nutrition, but the run club I'm in, we don't talk about nutrition a lot, which kind of sucks. I love the run club that I'm in, but I feel like that's the one area that I think we would do better in if we talked about nutrition, because it's tricky, man. It's tricky. But watch, I'm gonna get right. I feel like I'm almost back to at least 65%. So I'm gonna get right. I'm gonna be healthier than what I already am. And I'm going to, cause I'm telling you guys, I was on a roll, and then I'm gonna tone up and get fit. Watch. And then I'm gonna come back on my live just for that. I'm gonna be like, yo, I'm doing it. I'm back. I'm working out. I'm back at the gym. You guys, I miss the gym so much. It's crazy. You start looking at the simple things in life, like just everything you take advantage of when you're dealing with health issues. Like, I miss running. I miss going to the gym. I miss everything. And I'm like, yeah, it's a blessing to be able to do these things. So it kind of puts some things into perspective for me, just how much of a blessing it is to have your health and to have your mobility, right? Because mobility is key. So that's where I'm at. I haven't been able to teach the Sculpt yoga class that I would teach because of my health. I was like, I don't have the energy to be doing cardio. So I'm excited to get back to doing that. Yeah. So that's just me being real with y'all and transparent. I'm a human. I'm being very open, vulnerable, and human on here. Okay, how about this, y'all? I'm gonna do one more reading and I'm gonna wrap it up because I'm tired
and the coffee is wearing off. And yeah, I love you guys and I appreciate you guys sticking through this live. Let me know in the comments if you reached the end of this live. And like I said before, I apologize for the grumpiness on my behalf. For real, freedom, for real. Don't worry, Deaths and Gamble. Blessings to you, babe. I'm navigating womanhood, you guys. Womanhood. And really, you guys, I'm going to say this because this is deep. I'm about to be really, really deep with you guys. I had this whole, like, moment of, I was talking to myself and I said, Tay, this is when they were testing me, when they were questioning, like, okay, we want to see if anything's cancerous. And then when that doctor said that he felt like I had right atrial enlargement and they didn't want me to go into heart failure, all that crap. When they said all that to me, I was processing all this at once, right? And I had to wait like a week or two. And I thought to myself, I'm 31 years old. What if this is my time? Like, what if this is my time? I actually processed that for a second. I said, can you say that you lived a life well lived if you get a certain result? Like, can you say that you're proud of where you are at in life? That you did all that you wanted to do in this lifetime? My brain went there. And I was like, damn. I said, because here's the deal, hun. People go through things, people get diagnoses. People are here and then they're not here. You never know. I had a cousin who was my age, exactly my age. We have the same name. And let's just say her life took another turn. She's no longer here with us. And I had to process that. Like, this could play out in different ways. And I had to say to myself, like, if you get these test results back, I was praying, I was meditating, you guys. I had good friends that were praying and meditating, like, over this situation. My run club that I was a part of, good. They were praying. They were like, Nate, like, we're praying for you. And I'm not gonna lie, I had this moment where I got scared because I was like, I don't want to be going through this. I saw my mom go through so many health issues, and I've had people in my family go through so much. And I'm like, this is not it. I thought I was doing everything right. I thought I was doing better and breaking generational curses and doing the right thing. And here I am. And I say, God, Goddess, Holy Spirit, Universe, if it's my time, I understand it's my time. I sew contracts up. Just don't, please don't make me suffer. I'm not afraid of death. I am afraid of suffering. I'm not afraid of death. I am afraid of suffering. I had this conversation with my spiritual team, you guys. It was a realist conversation. I said, I I just don't want to suffer. And I'm praying that everything that they're questioning is not the case. Furthermore, if these test results come back that everything's negative, align me to my higher purpose. I know I'm already doing it like to a certain point, to a certain extent, but please start to align everything else in my life because I'm aware that I've been putting myself through more stress than I should be putting myself through because I've been handling a lot of heavy responsibilities for a long period of time. I was real with myself. I've been dealing with stuff with my house, trying to keep my house, court dates for my home, trying to refinance and do all this shit. And we live in the world that we live in where it's like everyone's struggling. I look around, even the people that I know who are usually well off and good, everyone is going through something, everyone's struggling. And I was like, this is crazy. Like, this economy is wild. Like my brain was processing everything, like, and I'm just simply trying to hold on to what I have and take care of what I have and deal with the legalities and try to come up with the money to, take care of what I have. And so I have to say to myself, I said, hey, I'm talking to myself, obviously, you are going through a lot. What to process, I was like, you've been handling stress. Well, you're used to handling stress well. You're a caregiver. But at a certain point, it's gonna hit your body, you know? Like your body feels that at a certain point. But you guys, like I said, I'm type A, I'm a perfectionist, and when I feel like my good isn't good enough, it triggers me because I'm like, no, I can do it. I can do this, Like I no, I can handle this. And then I try harder, you know? And that's where I learned I'm more in my masculine energy. I have a bit of a harder time being in my feminine energy, which is the receptive energy, you know? Feminine is being in that surrender and receptive energy. I have a hard time doing that because I'm so used to having to hustle and take care of myself and take care of others. And then I learned, I'm like, yo, even that you gotta take that in and be present with that because that's a cycle. You're so used to handling everyone else's ish, and then on top of that, handling your own ish. And maybe this is why your body is saying stop. Maybe it's an emergency brake because you didn't realize that you were pushing just that hard on yourself. When my family will call me, I'm running. You know what I mean? When people call me, I'm running to help. I'm running to do this. So and so needs me. Their father just passed, or so and so needs me. I got to do this, or my cousin, fainted. I got to go help her. I got to, da da da. But when I go through things, I don't tell people. I I handle it because that's the way I was raised. You either piss or get off the pot. And it clicks me, that's not healthy. That's not healthy. You always giving. You either give of yourself spiritually in your spiritual business, you're giving as a healer. I'm always putting out energy and not enough of recharging and resetting and taking the time for myself. So it clicked to me in this moment where I'm saying, "Okay, you're waiting for some serious results here. This is some serious stuff you're going through right now. You got two options. You're gonna let this shit stress you the fuck out. You're gonna have an anxiety attack. Now you're really gonna be questioning your heart. Or you're gonna sit with this and process what needs to come up so you can be mindful." And I said, okay, let's choose mindfulness. Let's see what comes up. And I said, okay, you got kid, slow down. You gotta slow down. You gotta slow down. Life is going to have its roadblocks, it's going to have its obstacles, but you are not Captain Save a Ho. You are not Wonder Woman. It is not your responsibility to heal everyone. It's not your responsibility to take care of everyone. It is not your responsibility to be there for everyone. You have to be there for yourself. You have to be there for yourself. And I thought I was like, okay, I'm resting, I'm cleansing my energy, doing my spiritual baths, cleansing in between readings, making sure I'm straight with my readings. And I said, Taylor, everything you do is to prep yourself to give to everyone else. And look, and ironically, you guys, this is that generational curse thing I was telling you about because I'm gonna go back and read the comments. This is a generational curse I was telling you about because guess what my mother did? Exactly this. It shook me, y'all. I actually started crying. I'm getting a little emotional now. I started crying when I processed that I was repeating the very thing I did not like about my mom and loved about my mom. I loved my mom. We were best friends, but I always was like, Mom, you got to stop always like being there for people like that because it's making you sick. You have cancer. You can't always be there for everybody. You need to take care of you. And it clicked to me. I said, dude, you are running around here like your mother. Crazy. I was like, whoa, I had this like huge moment of awareness that she was a giver and I'm repeating the same thing. And it's not a bad thing, but when you're not pouring back into yourself, you'll become depleted. You'll become depleted. And you can overgive to the point where it makes you sick. Then you're left to try to put back the puzzle, the pieces and to fix yourself, you know? So, yes, it's balance, it's self-care, it's self-love, it's mindfulness, it's a deeper understanding of self. We're always healing, we're always evolving. It takes vulnerability, it takes honesty to be real with yourself, you know what I mean? So, it's deep, y'all. I call it adulting. Adulting is deep, y'all, because you have the physical responsibility to take care of, and then there's that part of yourself when you're evolving as a soul and being mindful as a soul. And not everybody tries to be mindful as a soul. But when you know better, you do better. You can't run from you knowing, once you know you have to evolve and do better for yourself and you can't blame anyone, then it's you. You have to do the work. So I came down to this epiphany that if they told me that everything was negative with these tests, that I needed to do better. Like, just because that's the universe's way of saying you have a purpose, you're healthy, you know, you gotta fix some things. I see it as like a warning, like, slow down, kid, take care of yourself. So so like I said, I'm still in the process of figuring out everything and we're still checking things off. But the bigger questions, I was like, thank God. Thank God I don't. Thank God I'm alive. I'm not in a hospital hooked up to some machine, because that's not the way I want to live. Um, I'm here. Um, Things have been playing out in the best way they can, but it's tricky when you've been raised to take care of everything by yourself and to handle everything by yourself. It's tricky when the universe slows you down and tells you to sit down. Because my mother, I'm like I said, it's a generational, like, healing, it's awareness. My mother was a provider. My mother was the one who did everything, and I I took on everything that she had to handle when she passed away. And I you know what I mean? Like, I I took on everything that she basically was handling and dealing with. And it's clicking to me like, damn, you this is what she was dealing with. This is what she was handling and more. And you just see it within yourself. Like, wow, we really do have our parents, their traits and habits. We don't have to keep them, but it's definitely a mindfulness lesson for me that, yes, you can help people and support people, but you can't take on their healing for them. You can't save people. You gotta be there for you. And if people call it selfish, they call it selfish. It is what it is. You know? It is what it is. So let me go back and read these comments. Like I said, I'm realizing the small blessings are big blessings. What were the comments? I need to go back. I'm sorry, I'm going back. Oh gee, I've missed a lot of comments. Okay. Try to get your information from different sources and develop a plan that works for you. We have so much information at our fingertips today. Don't subscribe to one theory of nutrition or sports. Thank you, JJ. Yes, I feel that. I process this so much freedom. You never know. Okay. JJ, medical books are written off of averages, but we are all a little different. Find what works for you. You will know. Thank you. Hi, Tony. Jerome, facts. Hi. Um, We have JJ. Hopefully, once everything is over, this experience will just make you stronger and give you more appreciation for everything and everyone in your life. That part. And then Athena, in order to break the curse, you have to overcome the curse, literally overcome it. You will have to feel the extreme and make it through alive without destroying yourself in the process. That part.
Death and Gamma, Preach Sister, Kodak Purple. I don't know what that person's talking about. Athena, I'd hold on. I'd had to do this. I picked my mother's bloodline to do this exact thing. It's hard fucking work, but some of us come here to do the work others haven't been able to do. That part. That. Like sometimes we're here to wrap up something that, you know, a passed on loved one wasn't able to do. You know, exactly what you said. And I've been focusing on that a lot. And then freedom, but prioritize yourself rising and grounding times of days. But you also you also deserve actual reciprocal relationships and tribe. That part. And like I said, you guys will see the video where I was like, it's cutting season. I realized that I didn't have a lot of I have a lot of takers. I have a lot of takers. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I have a lot of takers. And I didn't realize that. I thought I had did a good job of cutting people off and making sure I had a good group of people that were givers, but it didn't click to me. It didn't click to me. How do I say this without being my community? It didn't click to me that we were so much invested in our own worlds that we weren't checking in on each other. Then I have some family members that are just monitoring spirits. And I thought I had cut most of them off. But it's like now it's like, okay, well, even more monitoring spirits. So it's like now I got to do some cutting there. But it's crazy the love that I got from the community I'm in with the Run Club. They've taught me so much. Complete strangers who've become family. I've had so many men share so much love with me. And the reason why I say this is because I'm not used to men being so kind and caring and loving. I've dealt with a lot of bad experiences from men. Okay, I'll say it like that. I'm being really honest with you guys on this live. Like my first bully wasn't just in school, it was my father. You know, so my experience with men hasn't been the easiest experience with men. I'm used to them either being aggressive, abusive, or sexual. Like, you know, I'm used to that. Like men trying to take and abuse or destroy. I have cousins in my family that are good men, but it's just, I don't know. I haven't had the best connections with men in general. I'm not saying that there aren't good men in my family. I just haven't had the best communication, conversations, bonding time with men. So the fact that I have a male therapist has been quite healing. And the fact that, and he's Black, which is helpful for me, just to have a person of color who's not extremely old, but is also a male is very helpful. And then having so many men in the Run Club just come through for me. And I'm telling you, you guys, they don't want anything in return. They're not being rude. They're not being creeps. Men who genuinely care about me because they know me. You know, they spent time with me. They know they know who I am. They know how I interact with people. Just checking on me, making sure I'm good. Ask me if I need anything. Asking me if I need something dropped off, or walking with me when I show up, knowing when they see me and they notice I look a little tired, checking in on me. Like that's crazy. I want to cry right now. I want to cry right now, but I don't want to cry right now because I don't like being emotional online. But I really love that Run Club. Like, I thank Nipsey's spirit every fucking time I'm with them, because I don't know how so many beautiful people came together in one group. And the women are amazing too, but it's the people in there. Like, I swear, like, I love those guys. I love those men to the fullest. And I pray for their protection because there's so much going on in the world. But good people, good men and women. Like, you guys, I found out my dad was in the hospital while I was going through all of this. So I'm telling you, I've been going through a lot. My dad was in the hospital. He lives in the Philippines. And he was in a hospital for a while, and he didn't tell, I didn't know. And I found out while I was going through all of this, and I was like, I can't even fucking get to you. Like, that's crazy right now. And literally, When I posted and I asked them to pray for my dad, do you know I had 2 people tell me, look, I'm going to the Philippines. You want me to go check on your dad? I said, this is crazy. I had people saying, Tay, we haven't heard from you. Where you at? You know what I mean? Where you at? And I'm like, I'm hearing this song. I've never knew love like this before. Never knew unconditional love from men. Hands down, God bless all those men and their families, their wives, their kids, everything. Like, I'm telling you, they came in like, I said, this is what men are truly like. They're protectors. Got you. I'm telling you, made sure I was straight on all levels. Truly assessed me. Truly spent time like, are you good? You good? You want me to walk with you? Each time I'm like, no, y'all go run. Leave me alone. Go run. Leave me alone. I'll make it. Nope, I'm gonna walk with you. And I'm like, oh. Like, I'm good. You know, that type of thing. Just making sure I'm straight, doing their own research to see if they can help in any way. Just good people. With that being said, the reason why I bring that up is because then it helped me to review the people that were already in my life. And I was like, damn, I got people that I just met this year going out of their way to do all of this shit for me. Then I got people that have known me my whole life and they're just watching me online. They just put some shit into perspective. You know what I'm saying? So I'm so happy for that. Like, my adopted family, I love those people to death, and they've gone through their own things, and we've been vulnerable with each other and shared our own personal stories. So like I said, I'm grateful to Nipsey's spirit, because I definitely feel like Nipsey, his spirit brought those people together. Ain't no way so many good people just aligned like that. Just good people, y'all. Okay, where was I? Tay, you will be pushed through the fires your ancestors have. Not the same fires, but the extremes will be just as strong. You are strong enough to do this. Don't let fear rule you. Oh, yeah. I love that message. We don't do fear. Fear is false evidence appearing real. We don't do that. Athena. Okay, thank you, Athena. Kodak. Some people really deserve a lot. SMH, you sound too nice. I'm sweet and spicy. JJ, you must take care of yourself first to help the one around. If you don't give your body a break, it will take one, it will force you. And I've preached that so many times. And then we attract what we focus on. Yep. Subte, it's maturity. Yeah, it definitely is maturity, y'all. And then Athena, we attract what we are in energetic alignment with. Governments and churches understand this. So do pharmaceutical companies and more. That part. Do better, be better. That part. But in order to do better, you gotta know how to be better, you know? Athena, I don't know what she was gonna say there. Sounds like a lot of stress. Yep. Yeah, let's see what else. I'm trying to get out this. You walk through the fire, then become the fire. Yep. Thank you for being so honest. I just want you to know you're going to be okay. God's got you. Thank you, Ryan. And then Freedom, gratitude for sharing. What is happening here? And then we have Kyle, you're wonderful. I understand and feel to every word, but you can help people. You just can't save them all, right? And then we have, let's see, Ryan. This turned out to be such a powerful live, man. Thinking of the anxiety, negative neural pathways, stress, and trauma. Thank you for opening up and letting us know we're not alone. I appreciate that, Ryan, because like I said, this live was going into some weird areas, and I was like, oh, it's 2:22 on the clock. It was going in some weird direction. I was like, why am I talking about all this? Where is this going? And like I said, I went through a little delusional downward spiral where I was like, I need food. And then here we are, being honest and vulnerable with each other. And then we have a man is to lift women up and keep them safe and provide and protect, but at the same time get that same energy back. But sometimes we don't. I understand that it can go the same way for both sexes, you know? So, yeah, it's deep. I feel like there needs to be equal energy exchange for men and women. And I'm learning that. Like, I've seen some of the men in the run group have explained that um we talked about basic like healing from our ancestors and wanting to receive care and support and love and trying to do better. And I just hearing them talk about some of their own pain and trauma and healing, I was like, damn, like where's the receptivity for them too? I actually said that to them. I said, I hope you guys know you're loved and appreciated. And I hope you guys get the love you deserve, because I understand that men often don't get that. They don't get that love. They don't get that support. They don't get that care. They don't, especially men of color. And I'm starting to see that more and more. And it took that. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. It took me to see that from a run club for me to process some of the men in my own family that all they're doing is working and working and working and working, and they're not getting the love back that they need. Like they're always hustling. They're always working to provide for everyone, and they don't really have time to process their emotions. They don't have time to process their feelings. It's sad. And it's sad because in Black households, especially my family, it's like you're a man. You gotta suck it up. You gotta work. You gotta provide. If you have children, you gotta provide for your children. If you have a wife, you gotta provide for your wife. If you have a baby mama, she gonna want your money. So you got make sure you got that money to give to her. And it's a shame because to see the men in my family and to know that when I think of certain men in my family, I'm like, damn, when I think about them, all I think is they're always at work. They're always at work. Always at work. Why wasn't so-and-so at the party? They're at work. Why wasn't so-and-so, here in that picture? They're at work. Why wasn't so-and-so at the funeral? They're at work. Damn. You know what I mean? Then when you see them, they look like that. They're working. They get home, they're trying to give the rest of their energy to their children or to their wife or to their, it's wild. And like, when I think about my family, I'm like, damn, I want better. I want better for y'all. Like, I want better for all of us. This can't be it. This can't be it. Like, you know what I mean? And then I was like, man, when do they have time to breathe? When do they have time to be present with themselves? And then it clicked to me why a lot of the men in my family, they go to the gym. And I'm like, okay, the gym is their mental health time, away from their kids, away from their wives or girlfriends, away from their work, away from the world, to really have a time for themselves. It clicked to me that the gym is their like mental health, time. And I was just processing that because we live in a society where, let's be honest, where it's like men don't do anything, they're not doing enough. You hear that a lot on TikTok, like they just they take and da 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 da. And I've experienced those men, but I've also seen the men where I'm like, damn, does he have an outlet? You get what I'm saying? Like, you start saying, like, do you have an outlet? Do you have an outlet to process? Like, I know so many men who have dealt with grief, like in my family. And I'm like, yo, have you processed that grief? Like, it's like you experience it and then you go straight back to work because that's what you have to do. But it's just hustle, 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 work, work, work. Hustle. Did you really grieve over your mom? Did you really grieve over your brother? Like, did you, what? So then it clicked to me. I was like, how do the men in, I was processing the men in my family. How do the men in your family cope? I'm like, working out, they go to the gym, they drink. Sometimes they smoke weed, but they drink. And I'm like, damn. Like, I noticed this, not just on, like, I'm paying attention to, like, multiple, like, families, like, different aunts and uncles there, and then my cousins. I'm like, yo, this is a thing. Like, drinking and smoking, I'm like, it's coping. We're coping. We're coping. That's what's happening. Like, literally, that's what's happening. And I'm like, wow, this is crazy. Like, I'm processing. Like, I'm like, yo, this is crazy. Like, I'm looking at my family. I'm like, we're just pushing through. You know, we're just pushing through, especially the men. Especially the men. Like, this is wild. I'm processing and I'm like, I don't know what to do about it. How do you tell a man that you need to slow down from working? He's obviously got to provide if he has kids and everything. And then I know, like, if you bring up, yay, have you thought about therapy? That's a hell no, you know, because it's like, therapy? Like, therapy for what? You know? It's crazy. Um, I recently had, like, I had a friend of mine open it. I had a friend of mine open up, okay? And without telling too much of his life, he went through a lot of ish. And it came to the point if he wanted to live or not. He explained that to me. Hold on, I'm shifting in the chair, you guys. It came to the point where he was like, I didn't know if I wanted to be here or not. He didn't tell anybody. And I had a hard time processing that. I had a hard time processing that because I'm like, you know, like he looks like he looked completely fine. And like, I'm just working and doing my thing. But he had a moment where he had planned something, like he thought that this is it. And I was like, damn. It's starting to click to me how many men are slowly starting to open up to me and share their stories, because I'm like, damn, this is not the first person who's told me this recently. And I'm like, like, I'm flabbergasted. Like, I don't know what to say. What do I say to the men in my family, the Black and Latino men in my family, who all they know is hustle? Therapy is out of the question. And my stomach is growling still, y'all. Therapy is out of the question. And they're trying to just get by on multiple levels. They're trying to get by with their finances. They're trying to get by with their emotions. They're trying to get by. It's 2:31, Rio. a.m. I should not be eating right now. My body needs to just deal with it. Like, I'll eat at like 5 a.m. because I'm like, this is crazy time to eat when I'm gonna go to sleep. But it's 2 a.m. I had Doritos. If you guys were hearing this live, I've been eating stuff. Okay? Anyways, my stomach is still like, mm. But so it's making whale noises. So just bear with me. I do have crackers. I should eat some crackers. Anyways, thank you, Sach. But no, seriously, guys, like, I'm learning about men. I'm learning more and more about men and processing that, okay, they don't have an outlet. Most of them do not have outlets. Most of them do not know what to do. All they know is survival. So I'm trying to figure out, look, here I go in my brain. how to be there for them properly. Of course, not in a way that makes me tired and drained, because, we just talked about that. But you know what I mean? Like, just to be there, because I feel like it's beautiful when when the men in your life start to trust you enough to open up and share what they were going through mentally and emotionally, because that's a very vulnerable topic for men, and men often don't feel comfortable being vulnerable or emotional. So I'm respecting the different men in my life, my friends and family members who are willing to open up, and share certain things with me and check on me and go out of their way to make sure I'm straight and I'm good. It's deep, y'all. I'm gonna share this one with you. I have a cousin, who's in prison, and he sent me a message. He was like, "Are you okay? How are you?" And I was like, "What the fuck? Like, how is he checking on me he's locked up?" And he's taking his, and he's like, "Yeah, I'm praying for you, cousin. How are you? You good? What you need?" You get what I'm saying? I say, yo, blew me away, because I'm like, he's dealing with what he's dealing with. He could be in there for so long, like, and he making sure I'm straight. He making sure I'm straight. You get what I'm saying? So I'm processing, like, I think the universe is trying to show me something with men. I kind of gave up a while ago. And I telling y'all, like, I said, I can't believe my cousin, like, he really just, like, pulled through like that, and he's in the space where he's at. Because I'm going to tell y'all, if I'm in prison, fuck everybody outside of prison. I know that's toxic of me to say, but I'm like, I'm locked up. Like, pray for me. Pray for me. I'm in this condition. But he's like, he just wanted to make sure I was good. He had heard that was something going on with me, and he made sure I was good, and that took me off guard. I was like, not my big cousin making sure I'm straight. I had another cousin, he was dealing with a court case. He went out of his way. He said, "Cuzzo, I got you." And I was like, I'm like, people who are going through things come out of the way. But anyways, in there, there's a little part of my brain is like, but then I got these people, these family members, where it's like, y'all just monitoring spirits. You can't even check in. But look at the people who are going through things, they're actually checking in. That's where my brain is like just been processing. But like I said, I'm learning about men. I'm learning about, I'm just trying to have more empathy and respect with, for them, and process them, because I've received so much love for them lately, and I've never experienced this before. So I'm just processing them. And major shout out to my therapist, because he's hella supportive, and he's shown up in ways for me that is crazy, just by being like real with me and calling me out on my ish. Let me see what's going on. Where is happening? She's 100% right. Men honestly don't have anyone to help them with their mental health. What's sad is how men are not taught that they are allowed to have emotions. What they are, any of it, they are literally taught, just stop crying, shut up, and do it. Yep. That's why it's so important. We need to talk. What just happened to my screen? I don't know what just happened to my screen. But okay, we're going to leave it like that. Let me go back to what I was saying. That's weird. Someone said that's how I was raised. Yeah. It's extremely toxic. Our job is to lead, protect, and provide. I'm Puerto Rican and Nigerian. I get what you're saying. It teaches a man he isn't supposed to have emotions. What the heck? A man has just as many emotions as a woman. As a girl or as a woman. They might be more stable in them, but they have all the same emotions. But as a man, I'll sacrifice mental health for my wife to make sure she's okay. I can give great advice, just can't follow my own advice. It's crazy. Dan, thank you for sharing that. And then Athena says, Dan, a wife will destroy herself for her husband and her family too. Rio, sports and gym, and all we got. That's all we got. Sean, the gym stops you from hurting someone. That part. Facts. And then Dawn, I would have ever want her to destroy herself for me. She would be, hold on, she would, but as a man, we're raised to sacrifice in order for our family to be happy at the end. Such facts, I feel that when you put in that perspective, then we have in therapy for what exactly? Got to make sure these bills get paid. I recognize I have mental health issues. I just don't want to burden my wife with even more problems. Wow. Dan, what is healthy and unhealthy? Love can be healthy or it can be unhealthy and toxic. Even love can be abused. And what I'm saying is don't let yourself be abused or for someone else's comfort and lazy. Bob, the disrespect is worse after taking our kindness for weakness. That was it for me. Dan, what I want to say is like, you know, hear me out. I know I was a girl, I just said in this live, I've never been in love. I've never done relationships. I've never been in a relationship, but what I do understand from relationships is that it starts off as a friendship. Well, a healthy relationship starts off as a friendship. And if you two are friends, right? Because you're friends before you're lovers. And your wife is supposed to be your best friend, your support system, as you would for her. It has to be equal energy exchange. So you opening up to her and sharing what you're going through could actually strengthen your bond. And then you'll allow her to be there for you in ways that you're there for her. You know? And that's what I would say a marriage is for. You signed up to be there for each other through sickness and health and through all the ups and downs of life, right? As support. I like how all y'all tell me to go eat. Dan, your health is your number one priority. Your wife's health is her number one priority. All you can truly do is help yourself, and by doing so, you will help your wife. But you can't let yourself suffer. That's true. Like it's balance. You know, we're here to support each other. And then you guys are telling me what to eat. I appreciate that. Love your wife, yes. Also love yourself too. You're the main character in your life. And then we have Rio. I fucking love you and how your mind works and you feel for the man in your family. Take the time to tell them you're there for them and appreciate who you got. I've said that. I'm happy I've given those men love. And I've actually started doing some spiritual work to protect them, you know? Because I'm realizing like that's the deeper call of a healer and a spiritualist. It's not just to do work for yourself or, you know, for clients, but it's most importantly for your family. It's your community, which I was doing, but even more so. I've been going out of my way to make sure I'm spending time in prayer and meditation for them, lighting candles for them, making sure that they're safe and protected and that they're, you know, taking care of themselves. That's a big thing for me right now. And it's hard for men to open up in the first place, but so many women use it as a weapon once they do. Oof. I think most guys have at least one ex that pulled them into that trap. That's sad. I've heard that though. Yeah. Athena and JJ, both men and women have toxic traits when we're in our darkness and pain. That's true. I just have to vent once in a while to myself, and I seem to get by. It is hard for us to talk. I don't know why. And then we have, it's about recognizing your own shit, fixing your own behavior, and we actually truly change anyone else. Only our own self, but most want someone to save them when the hard truth is they have to. Yeah, save their own self. Green screen, yep. At some point, we have to simply stop blaming. Men and women must surrender to each other, trust, honesty, and respect, and then just start owning our own crap. Yeah. We are approaching 36 years of marriage. Wow. You guys, it's deep. It is deep. Reading your comments, processing some things, but no, give people love when you can. Be there as support when you can. Check in on people. Checking on your tough friends. You know how people say that? Checking on your tough friends because we be going through it. But we show up, we shift the energy, and we go away. And I think that's why it's important that everyone has time alone. It's important to have time where you just retreat from the world and from other people because it can get draining. It can be a lot. You know, it can be a lot to always be there for others. I even think that within marriages, people need to have time for themselves. You know, like it's okay to be in a marriage, it's okay to be a family man or family woman, but have some time where you just recharge and reset away from everyone. That's so important because you can easily hit burnout, you know? So, yeah, that's a big deal. That 36 years of marriage is like, wow, that's a blessing. And that is a blessing. You don't see 36 years of marriage anymore. And for you to be on my live and share this, I appreciate that. Because I don't know, I think my my views towards marriage aren't the best, but what I will say is when I see couples that have been in long standing marriages where both parties are equally happy, um I'm like, damn, like that's magical. I think that's magical. I'm like that's a miracle. You know, that's magical because I've never seen that in my family. Um, so that I think that's a beautiful thing. So thank you for sharing that, Lee. That's beautiful. I would like to hear more about, you know, your story. What about long-term relationships? What do you mean, Polo? And then women are insatiable, nothing you can do. I don't think that. I don't think that's for every woman, you know? I don't think that's for every woman. I don't think it's like I think it just depends on the person you're dealing with, right? I think it depends on the person you're dealing with, but no, I wouldn't say every woman feels that way. If it's not broken, why I try to fix it? I'm saying, what you mean, Polo? And then, Rio, do you think you'll find love and get married? Do I think I'll find love and get married? Be honest with you. I think I look at my life in a way of, I haven't had the most normal life. Like normal is a thing. Everyone's life is different. But what I will say is I think because of like, I don't know, I think because of my spiritual abilities, sometimes I wonder if I'm not supposed to experience that or if I ever will. Sometimes just hear me out. Just hear my brain. My brain goes in these little ideas. Like it goes through this little journey of ideas. Sometimes I wonder if I'm supposed to be like some sort of monk or like, you know, like the nuns or something like that where they don't really experience that. They're so focused on devotion and connecting spiritually and giving in that extent. Sometimes I wonder if that's supposed to be my life. I wonder. Um, and then I don't know. That's a good question. I don't know. I'm not closed off to it, but I also don't search for it. I also don't put myself in environments for it. I don't mingle much. I'm an ambivert. I don't, romance has never been a focus in my life. I've never, it's weird, you guys. I'm gonna be honest with you. I think it's strange in a way. It's like it's never been a focus. I think the only reason why sometimes I crave a masculine partner is because of my hormones, to be honest with you. I know I was playing earlier, but no, seriously, I think sometimes I only crave that because of the balance of masculinity and hormones and you know your body be doing some things sometimes you'd be like, where the man at? Um But I'm be honest with you, it's just sometimes I wonder. I've met two soulmates. And be honest with you guys. So far I've met two soulmates of mine. And I was just supposed to know who they were and learn from them. And that's it, you know? I've learned to not be attached to people. Um, I've learned to just allow things to come in and allow things to go. So that's where, but Rio, I appreciate that question. Do I think I'll ever get married? I don't see the marriage part. I'm not looking for love, but I'm receptive to love if that's a part of my path and journey. I'm totally open for it. I hope that answered your question. Athena, when they are stuck in their toxic traits due to trauma, then sure. Dan, you can't judge every woman off one bad woman you meet. Same for guys. Women should assume all guys are the same as others, which is a problem with nowadays. It says money, love, attention, never enough. Polo, I'm saying you don't have to be married to be happy. That's true. I believe in that. I know people who've been married for a long time and they're not happy. I know people who've been in like partnerships, you know, like kind of like coexisting with people, and they've never been married. Like, but they look happy. You know, I'm like, oh, I kind of like that for y'all, you know? Like that looks like a good setup you guys have there. I think it just depends on the two people. Good morning, Mike. And then Athena, we are a combination of one, our genetics, what we are born into, two, the life we live and what we experience firsthand, and three, the soul, but that goes into the body. One and two, the soul brings its personality. Dan, all great things come in time. You speak very well. If you ever decide to do it, I believe you would do great at it. Oh, thank you. And then DJ, beautiful face. Thank you. And then Athena, and the soul brings in trauma from past lives. We are complex beings. That part. And then, yeah, okay. JJ, I think in my case, I have and attract a certain type of woman, and that leads to the same results over and over. DJ, I am one of them. Okay. And then TC Car says, I'm jealous. And then Rio, what happened to the two soulmates? Okay, I'll share with you. Hold on. Hold on, you guys. Open. I wish I had her brain. JJ, you ever study psychology? I want to be her. I think I lost one of my soulmates because we tried to be together. Wow. Give me 10. What does it take to stand out for you? What? And every man is a step to another woman. Wow. I have studied some core psychology. So someone asked me, what was the question again? Look, my brain is blanking. What happened to the two soulmates? The first one, I'm gonna explain it. I'm gonna explain it in detail. Well, not completely, because I don't want to, One of them, it was the oddest thing. It's like when I saw him, I knew right. I was like, whoa. And I was like, okay, is this just my little spiritual, my spidey senses ticking in? And I think I was, how old was I? Think I was like 21 or 22 when I met him. And I was wondering if he could pick up on it. And I think he could pick up on it. But we just had like this kind of like bond, and we kind of like pick at each other. It was very playful and innocent. But I could feel him. I could feel his energy. And I knew he could feel my energy. It was just very interesting. It was very soothing, but it didn't take off completely. Like we had this understanding. And I would see him from time to time over the course of years. It's just like an unspoken understanding. And I remember one of the last times he saw me, I had a heart monitor on. I was dealing with some things with my health, but I went to an event that he was at. And we saw each other. We spoke briefly. He came over to me. He looked at me. I think he knew because I was a little annoyed with something he had did. I'm trying not to tell you guys, in the past, and I had tried to create some closure. So seeing him this last time was me creating closure. It was me saying I'm gonna let him go. And this over a course of years, I'm gonna let him go. I'm gonna let him do his thing because I think he was protecting me. I was heavily attracted to him. I knew he was attracted to me, but I realized that he was doing some toxic things and he wasn't ready to settle down or to be in anything. He's older than me, but I was pretty young. So I realized, me looking at it now from a 31-year-old, I was like, you were so young and naive. He knew he could have took advantage of you. He knew. Sorry, my stomach. I need to eat some crackers. He knew he could have taken advantage of you and he didn't. He left you alone. He didn't mess with you. He didn't bother you, and he could have taken advantage of you. He could have kept you in a line of women. He could have, and he did not. To this day, I didn't understand some of the things he was avoiding, what he was doing, but as an adult now, keep in mind it sounds cryptic because I don't want to share the whole story. To this day, it clicked to me that he was doing me a favor. His rejection was actually him protecting me. Does that make sense? His rejection was him protecting me from something that he kept doing. And I know he checks in on me from time to time. And I feel his energy when he watches my page. I can feel him. But the last time I saw him, he came over to me and he looked at me. And he just watched me for a little bit. And then he said, how are you? Like, really, how are you? I'm hanging in here. I just like pushed it off. And he just looked at me. We hugged. He walked away. I walked away. But there was something so different with that hug. I knew that was him saying, I can't tell you everything. I don't want to get you involved in who I am. I'm happy he respected me enough to not do me dirty the way I know he's done some other women. But I was so young and naive. But I had dreams of him. It was the weirdest thing, you guys. There were certain things happening with him, and I knew he was my soulmate. And what he taught me was self-respect. What he taught me is respect for myself as a woman, and that not every soulmate connection is supposed to be romantic. Not every soulmate connection is, the one. I learned detachment from him. I learned that you can love someone, respect someone, appreciate someone without having to be with them or to be near them. You know what I mean? I wish I could explain this in a better way, but I don't want to give the whole story. You know what I mean? Like, out of privacy. So I respect him, and I respect what he does and who he is. But I really do think that he protected me from him and how he rolls and some of the things he does. So God bless him. Definitely a soulmate from a past life. I felt that. And what's crazy is like everyone around could feel that shit. It was weird. Yeah, so that's one. The second soulmate is more recent. This one is weird. This one is weird because if I told y'all wouldn't believe me. I can't go into detail on this one either because I don't believe in sharing like things like that. But what I will say is the second one, this second one was so clear, and I received messages on this one. I didn't know it right away. How do I say it? Like, I was aware of this person's presence, but I didn't know it right away. And then let's just say I was told about a contract that we have. And I was like, damn, I need to get out of this contract. But it's a past life contract, and I have lessons to learn from it. And I'm like, damn, I need to get out of this contract because I could feel his energy. I could actually hear him. I've never, y'all, it's one thing to hear from guides, angels, passed on loved ones and all that, but to hear from someone who's alive is fucking crazy to me. Like, that is wild that I can hear him. I was in an acupuncture appointment. I was relaxed in a meditative state, and then I heard, can you hear me? And I was like, ooh. And I got a visual of him. I was like, this is some shit. I said, he's alive. Like, this is a living person. I'm used to hearing from passed on people. But to hear from a living person and to get the confirmation is crazy. I can't share anything else with that one. But that one's done. That one taught me. That one taught me about healing. That's the only thing I can think of. That one taught me about healing and grief and self-expression and art and creativity and learning how to express yourself through trauma and through pain. I can respect that person on that. You know, like that was so much respect for that person with the way they've transmuted the things that they've gone through. But that one, I think that one's the most intense one I've ever had. The other one was young but the last one, I still can't wrap my finger around it. I still can't wrap my head around it. Like, I'm grateful for the experience. That's what I will say. I'm grateful for the experience. I wish that person love. It's just unresolved things. Like, I don't understand, but I don't think I'll ever get the clarity or closure on that. So I think I've tried to create closure for myself because I understand the lesson, but there's some parts and pieces to it where I'm like, why did that have to happen now? Like, why did that have to happen? Like what is the point of this situation in person? But I knew they were a soulmate. I've had people come into my life where I know that they're not like soulmates. They just here to teach me lessons and stuff like that. But those are the two that I knew were soulmates for sure. Okay, so I hope I answered your question without, like, I couldn't give you guys too much detail. So that's that. But I wish him the best. Like, I still feel his energy. Yeah. Why do you tell me I forget your job? I don't know what people are talking about in the comments. I think I'm about to end the live, y'all. Absolutely, Athena, in case complicated. I was a musician for years. I met many of my exes in the same environment, which wasn't the best. See, there we go. I'm sorry I couldn't be more detailed, but the first one was just very young. You know, it was very young, and like I said, his rejection was protection in such a major way. Like I said, I know he still checks in on me, but it's just like, yeah, I'm grateful that one didn't like play out. That could have been bad. That could have hurt me. But I appreciate him. I respect him. The second one, I respect him too. I respect him a lot too, but like I said, that one's a little weird. You got one more soulmate. I got one more soulmate. Who'd that be? Pretty sure I have more. It just depends on what frequency I'm at. If anything, what they've all taught me is like they're mirrors. That's why I say those two are specifically soulmates, because they both mirrored things about myself that I knew I need to work on. What do you say? Never meet them yet? I don't know what he means by that, but they're mirrors. Like, I've had things in common with them, or it's odd. Like, their triggers or traumas kind of reflect my own, and that's how I knew, like, okay, you got to work on that because this is what this person is representing for you. So I look at people as mirrors. What is the universe trying to tell me about myself? You know what I mean? Like, what is the universe trying to say to me that I need to heal and resolve? If they're bringing this person into my life, what do I need to do? So that's the way I took both of those people. Like, okay, okay, they're mirrors. I can't be mad at them. I can't be disappointed. I have to take the lessons and learn and process and be cool with whatever was shown to me, you know? You think people got 3 soulmates? That's interesting. But yeah, so that's that. That's that. Mirrors, our partners often become our mirrors. They reflect to us our wounds so we can heal them. Usually we just get mad at the other person's side for doing work and healing, yeah. Okay, I'm gonna say something. I feel like how do I say this? I feel like, I don't know. I don't want to say that. Never mind. I changed my mind. I'm not going to say anything. I feel like I agree with Athena. That's what I'm going to say. I agree with Athena. I believe everyone can be a mirror. We're all the universe experiencing itself, but like your partners are furthermore like they're your teachers. You know, they teach you about yourself. And furthermore, that's what I feel like soulmates are. They teach you about yourself. But when it comes to past life contracts, Athena, you tell me what you think. Like with past life contracts, sometimes those just come out to be resolved. You know, like they come in, and then they go out to be resolved. And some of them come in because something's supposed to be like fulfilled, you know? But or we teach them, right? They teach us, we teach them, you know, vice versa. What I will say, because I don't know, I feel called to say this, if that second person knows who he is, if he's watching my live right now, I want to say I can feel your energy still. I appreciate what you do. I wish you a happy life and peace. And I hope that you connect more with your ancestors. I pray that you listen to them. I pray that you focus on a healthy lifestyle and that you are mindful with your vices, like all of us, because there's so much more to you. And I feel like you have so much more potential and power that you haven't even tapped into. And if you tap in more spiritually, it's just going to get better for you. And I think you're going to be even better than what you already are. And I feel like that's going to help you to show up better for your family. And you have so many passed on loved ones that love you. I've spoken to a couple of them. And I just want you to know that you are so appreciated and loved, and I hope that you are happy. And I pray that, and my stomach agrees. And I feel your energy, and it's been a pleasure to come across you in this lifetime. It's been a pleasure to experience someone who mirrors me in such an interesting way. Everything that I love and do, like apparently you love and do. It's crazy. That's still wilds me out. Like I'm still tripped out by it all. I don't know how I'm able to pick up on your energy so well. That just creeps me out because I'm like, how the heck am I picking up on this dude? But from my heart to yours, I love you. And I wish you the absolute best in life, and I pray that Archangel Michael always protects you and yours. And I want to say, I have to be honest with you, I've been trying to distance my energy from you because I feel like that's what's best. But I love you, and I'm receptive to your energy. I forgive you because I think you didn't know what you were doing at the time. I think you were just curious, just as much as I'm curious. And just keep growing and evolving and with your art and what you do. And just keep growing. Like it's up from here, baby. Like it's up. Like keep blooming and going further and further and further. And just stay there. Be aware of your surroundings. Be safe. Listen to your spirits. Please listen to your spirits. Get rid of the vices, because the vices cloud your third eye. They cloud your awareness. And just tune in. You've been left the keys. You just need to use them. And you're doing good. And I'm so proud of what you've recently accomplished. And keep being an inspiration for people who are in the struggle, who are in survival, people who are trying to make it. That's what I have to say to you. All right. Love you, GC. Athena, we had them for reasons. Our souls put people into our past for a reason. Our souls put people into our past for a reason. Our souls make contracts and agreements with others during the human life. That part, what Athena said, sometimes we fulfill them. A lot of times we drop the ball because this is the earth and the place is rough shit. We all got trauma. We all got shit. Yeah, we all got shit. You know how hard it is to be a effing perfect. It's impossible. Yet we are mad at each other. Hold on, Harlow is doing something. Y'all might hear my table rock too. I forgot that. You can hear a little bit of that. Athena. Oh, Rio said he heard you. He's listening. Athena, blank aren't perfect. I think we repeat karmic lessons until we learn how to get off our high horse. For real. Until we learn how to forgive and how to get up. That part, or let go, I mean. A part of, like, because I can be kind of prideful. And I can, like, I'm weird like that. I don't know. I can be kind of prideful and have an ego. So it's easier for me to let go of people than to actually confront a situation. I know that's not good. That's avoidant. But for me, I'm learning to be more open with what I have to say and what I have to feel, and just be willing to be vulnerable and open with that. You know what I mean? But yeah. That last one that I just left a message for, that one, he's a past life, yo. That one is from a past life for sure. Like, that's, some of the synchronicities shook me the heck up. I'm like, I gotta be losing it. This is crazy. Just crazy. Sorry, guys, I gotta stretch my arm out. Just crazy, but everything Athena's saying is like on point. It's on point. It's just crazy when you meet someone that you know you had a past life with. Like, that shit is wild. Like, it's like, how the hell? It's just deep. It trips me up every time. It's like, how are we this so similar? Like, how are we so similar? How do I have memories of you without you actually? It's crazy. She said, I go into life with, and for one man, only ever the one man. I don't have past life exes, not like others. Interesting. But no, like, this one right here is, yeah, this one's crazy. It's just like some parallel-ish. It's just weird. It's weird. And what's crazy is I've come across him before, and I knew the universe was trying to say something, but I was like, okay. And it clicked to me and said, it wasn't in alignment. It was not in alignment then, but you had heard of him. You had knew of him. It was crazy. Thank you, Rio. But I'm not going to go live. I'm probably not going to go live again, y'all. I'm going to be honest with you. Like, it'll be some time before I go live, but I appreciate you, Rio. These lives they can be draining. It can be draining. But I appreciate you, Rio. But no, seriously, like, I just find life to be so interesting. I find it to be interesting. And I'm still, like, connecting the puzzle pieces in the spiritual realm. Just because you are tapped into and you have gifts and abilities doesn't mean you know everything. Like, I don't know everything. I will never know everything. But some of the experiences that I've had, I'm just blessed to have them. And I'm blessed to meet the people I've been able to meet. I think for me, what I want to manifest, I know we talked a lot about, like, romantic, like, soulmates and all of that. I don't know if this one's romantic or not. But what I will say, or the last one, I mean, is romantic or not. But what I will say is I want to attract, and I said this to the universe, I want to manifest a really good girlfriend. Like, I had this whole epiphany. I was like, yo, maybe it's not men you want. It was a woman you wanted. I'm not saying it like that. What I'm saying is, like, a really good girlfriend that you can just be completely, you know, honest and vulnerable with. Because I've had a lot of friends throughout, like, my life, and I have a lot of friends now. But I'm a Scorpio, and we're very private. And I just want like, at least one girlfriend that's just, like, You know what I mean? Like she matches my goofy, she matches my silliness. She just matches, she matches that vibe. She doesn't have to be exactly like me, but just one ride or die. You know, one girl where you can be like, girl, where are you? It's 2 a.m. It's 3 a.m. Where you at? You know what I mean? Or just somebody that, a good friend that I know. Like I said, I have friends, but for me, it's like a best friend is different. You know what I mean? And most of my best friends, like the relationships have ended over them either being jealous of me, lying to me, or like it's just kind of naturally like faded, you know what I mean? But I've always wanted a good best friend that was a girl. Um my last my last best friend, she is, well, ooh, is she, wow, he um he was like my second favorite person in the world, and it, our connection, I think I mentioned this in a live before, I'm just gonna say it didn't work out, but I love him to this day. I still love him even though we're not friends. I'll love him beyond death. So it's weird, Scorpios, we're like, we can have a ton of friends, but we only hold so many close to us like that, you know? You said, my daughter is a Scorpio. She is 7, almost 8. She's teaching me this zodiac stuff is real. Do you know her birth chart, though, Athena? Do you know her birth chart? Is she socially selective? What's going on with her? But yeah, no, like I found that out. Like I met a, what's her name? Oh my God, I forget her name. I met a Scorpio at my job recently. I was gonna give her a shout out. But she told me, she said it's the same for her. She was like, yeah, no. She's like, I meet people. There are like levels to friendship. I was like, exactly. There's levels to friendship. You may have this group of people. These are your friends. And these are your friends' friends. And then this is like, okay, close friends. And you have your best friend. You know, your ride or die. You know, or that close family member that's like a built-in sister or brother. You know? You said, I don't know her chart, but I have it. She's selective. I don't know if this is for like all Scorpios, but like I have some little cousins that are Scorpios, and we're all kind of, they're all kind of quiet. And I knew this for me as well. Like we're quiet and observant and a bit standoffish. Like you can't force us to do anything we don't want to do. A little feisty, sometimes shy, sometimes, not all the time. Reserved around people we don't know, or situations we don't know, but once you get to know us, if we're around people we do know, we're very like, we can, that's when we step out, you know? And but it changes as we get older. It definitely changes as we get older. And either I've noticed like some Scorpios either end up more in their shell, in their bubble as they get older. Like they just sit in that moodiness. Then there's some Scorpios where they're like, like Diana Ross, I'm coming out. I want the world to know. It's like, here I am. Yeah, Scorpios are fun. Geminis, JJ, you a Gemini? I'm a Gemini. Everyone is my friend. Hello. My old best friend, who was like my second favorite person. We've been friends since, well, we were enemies first. We were enemies first, and then we became best friends. And he was my friend since I was like 7 or 8 years old. And he was a Gemini. He is a Gemini. I think his birthday is June 3rd or June 4th. I'm blanking right now. But he's a Gemini, okay? Like he had, I think he was like Gemini with Sagittarius. Or Gemini, Sagittarius. But anyways, I know the Geminis well. I know the Geminis well. I tend to get along with Geminis really well. Gemini men, Gemini women are awesome too. I just haven't met a lot of them. But yeah, Geminis, the twins are no joke, JJ. The twins are no joke. Okay, so check this out. I think I may have mentioned this one before too. I have a cousin, right? He's a Gemini. Well, I have 2 male Gemini cousins. I don't think about it. That's very interesting. But anyways, I have a Gemini cousin. He married a Gemini, and all of their kids are Geminis. I'm like, is that the most Gemini thing to do? Like that, like, did you guys purposely plan that? Because the whole household is like doubled. Doubled. I've never heard of anything like that. Where it's like a Gemini marries a Gemini and they have Gemini children. But anyways, my Gemini cousin that I'm close to, he's such a hard worker, a good person. He's like the leader of the family and such a giver. I worry about him sometimes. I'm like, I hope he's receiving the same love and energy that he gives off, you know? But he's a good person. That switch up game is real though. Switch up game is real. But if you ever need some like a strong, like someone who's logical and supportive but clever, and also they're good at finessing, talk to a Gemini. A Gemini. They're good at finessing. They're good at like making things work. I don't know how to explain that. I've talked to you guys about Geminis before. I know them quite well. But Scorpios, like, we change over time. We change over time. Is that it, y'all? Look, I've been so blunt and honest with y'all, vulnerable. You guys have heard my stomach growl. I've given you guys the health update that I was supposed to film. You guys heard about me being a little toxic with what I'm eating and drinking right now. And I need to get to bed because it's 3:19 a.m. over here, child. I was supposed to get back to doing my other readings. I had some free readings to do. I need to be editing, updating readings and whatnot. And Athena, it was a pleasure meeting you and speaking with you. JJ, it was a pleasure. You too, I truly enjoyed your presence, your energy, your honesty, your transparency, the love, the kindness, the support. Email me, like, message me, follow me, comment so I can know what's up, because like I said, I don't see myself doing a lot of these lives anymore because I'm just like, oh, I'm just over it. And I didn't even do it for a long period of time. That's the crazy part. But I don't see myself doing these lives. So it has to be something in the collective energy where people are opening up more. Yeah, and be more human on TV. Wow, on the videos. Yeah, JJ, it's getting early over here. So I mean, like early morning, 3:20 is about to be 4 a.m. soon. So I feel you, JJ. But JJ, I'm so appreciative of what you've shared. Same thing, Athena. I think that in the collective, there's growth happening by support and community, and people are feeling more comfortable with being human. Because, when we get on these lives, we try to be perfect and we try to, like, show up a certain way. But this one, I was like, y'all gonna hear my stomach growling. Y'all gonna hear the tea. Y'all gonna get everything. It was so human. So I love you guys. And like I said, follow me. I'll be posting more pick a card readings. I may do some more collective general readings. Yeah, that's about it. Go follow me on Instagram. Maybe I'll do a live over there because it's quieter over there and I know who's watching. You know what I mean? So there's that. I just think it's too many energies that I'm picking up on in these lives. So that's that. And it can be very draining. Like it takes a while for me to readjust and recharge after lives. So that's it. Glad I stumbled across the stream. I subscribed. I will keep up with you. I hope you feel better. Blessings to you and everything that you do and everything you touch, JJ. May you be blessed. May your family be blessed. May you be watched over and protected and guided. May everything work in your favor. May you receive an equal energy exchange for what all you did today. So I appreciate it. And Athena, blessings to you. And I'm wishing healing and love and joy over you and your family as well. And may everything you touch turns to gold. And blessings to you. Love you guys. Now let me once again figure out how to get out of the lives because I tend to get tricked up here. Thank you, James, for sending a gift. I don't know how all of this works on live. So thank you, James. I appreciate that. I'm sending you so much love. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, James. All right, y'all. I'm about to log out. Bye, you guys. See ya, see ya, see ya. Let's see. God bless you guys. Elaine. I'm sorry, baby. Elaine. God bless you, babe. I'm trying to get out of here.